just going to suggest everyone, I'd like to declare opening this hearing of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee, the inquiry into the review of the Schedule 9 of the Veterans Entitlements, Treatment, Support, Simplification, Harmonisation Act of 2025. I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we all meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference. My name is Senator Ciccone. I'm the chair of the committee, and I'm joined online by Senator Andrew McLaughlin, CSC, and Senator David Shoebridge and Senator Jackie Lambie. These public proceedings are being streamed live on the Parliament House's website, and a Hansard transcript is also being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing today via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute your microphone. And before we kick off, I just wanted to also take a moment to recognise that today is Vietnam Veterans Day. I'm sure a number of us parliamentarians have been at events this morning, and the appearance on this day is greatly appreciated by the committee. The Act does require the committee to report our findings to the Senate by the 29th of August this year, and that's why we've had a very tight schedule since the committee was established to when we have to report to the Senate. So due to the timing constraints and the urgency of the matters under consideration, it wasn't unfortunately possible to move today's proceedings. But I also wanted to take a moment just to pay respects to our veterans and the men and women who continue to serve the ADF and acknowledge those who fought in battle with Vietnam. And on that note, I just wanted to now welcome representatives who are here today before the Senate from RSL Australia and VASI RSL Care. And before we do that, I just also wanted to ask colleagues if anyone had any conflicts of interest throughout the course of today that they wanted to raise with the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Senator McLaughlin here. Can I have it recorded that I am a legatee of Legacy in South Australia?
Thank you, Senator McLaughlin. No others? Okay. So
Oh, yes, by the way, also a member of the RSL.
that's all right. Well, good on you, and so am I too. So now I understand to both RSL Australia and Bassi RSL Care, thank you for making an appearance today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses given evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Could I ask for the Senate Hansard record, I should say, for the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? I might start with Greg.
Aziz Gregory Malik, National President, RSL Australia.
And Tamara.
And Tamara Payton, Acting Chief Executive Officer for VASI RSL Care.
Thank you very much to you both. Now, I'd like to invite you to make an opening short statement if you have one. Do either of you have an opening statement you'd like to make?
Tamara has one. She submitted one. I could make a very brief opening statement if that assists.
Why don't you do that, Greg? Thank you.
We think it's important that the position be created. However, it must be independent. It must be within Prime Minister and Cabinet. It can't be within DVA or Defence because there'll be too many perceived conflicts. And also comments made by the Royal Commission in relation to the difficulty in getting evidence and the lack of trust in those organisations would make it difficult for the organisation to be able to proceed with the confidence of veterans. Furthermore, it must have sufficient powers to enable to force the production of evidence as requested.
Thank you very much. The next one. Thank you.
Yep. And VASI RSL Care provides care, support and accommodations to veterans from their first ex-service transition through to end of life care. And we witness firsthand the obstacles that they face and the impact of their service through this time. The experience of caring for this community and their families has made it clear that supporting and meeting the needs of veterans not only improves outcomes for individuals, but also for the broader community. And so when the entire defence ecosystem commits to ambitious and lasting system reform, we see that positive impact paid through social dividends. But likewise, where there's a failure to invest in critical services, it fails not only veterans, families, networks, and the broader community. And this has been noted in a number of the submissions to this committee. So while we welcome the endeavours to ensure that the Defence and Veterans Service Commission is established to provide independent evidence-based advice which facilitates meaningful and enduring system reform, it's evident that a number of all of the recommendations in the Royal Commission are inextricably linked. And I refer specifically today to the failure of government to commit to the implementation of Recommendation 88A. This recommendation is about improving outcomes for veterans who are experiencing homelessness, including long-term investment frameworks that support capital and operational expenditure for veteran-specific housing and the provision of wraparound services. No commission, no agency, no task force can reasonably expect to address the crisis of suicide and poor mental health without directly addressing the veteran homelessness crisis. Veterans in Australia experience homelessness at a rate of 5.3%, and this is almost 3 times the general population rate of 1.9%, meaning that around 6,000 veterans are homeless at any given time. And the Royal Commission identified this nexus between the veteran housing crisis and mental health decline, social isolation, and suicidality, with veterans experiencing higher rates of homelessness risk factors, including financial stress, unemployment, and exposure to a greater number of traumatic life events. So failure to address veteran housing is one of the many endemic system failures contributing to veteran suicide statistics. And at VASI RSL Care, we observe this impact and the impact of the complex intersectionality in the community we service every day. And so we ask that you keep front of mind that any commitment to addressing veteran wellbeing and suicide prevention through the oversight of this commission is destined to fall short without parallel commitment to addressing veteran homelessness, housing and wraparound support. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that. And I take it you're also happy for us just to table a PDF or Word document of that for the committee's benefit? Thank you.
Yes.
Nodding, yes, yeah, thank you. Okay. All right, well, I'm going to hand the call over first to Senator Lambie. Senator Lambie. There we
I
go.
am here, Chair.
G'day, mate. Off you go. You got the call.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You're obviously around the Vasey, Miss Payton, you're obviously around those veterans round in Vasey all the time. What are they saying about this new National Commissioner? What's the chatter going on around them? You know, like trust. What are you hearing about the chatter on the National Commissioner?
I think there's actually very little chatter that we're hearing. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that it's necessarily the most pressing thing on people's minds. I think their immediate situation is the thing that's pressing. They're telling us that the system is failing through their experiences, through homelessness, through suicide rates, the prevalence of poor mental health, incarceration, unemployment. But there's not chatter necessarily around this commission.
Okay. Have you? How long have you been on the ground there for?
With Vasey RSL Care, this is
Yeah.
my second service with Vasey, and I've currently been with Vasey this time for 4 years.
Okay. Okay. Do you see any over that 4 years? Have you seen any improvement within Veterans Affairs in any way, or you know, can you see any hope in that area where it's heading? You know, after going through the Royal Commission, things like that.
That's a very broad question. Certainly, in the contact that I've had. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, just like, do you see the claims getting done faster, or do you see them, you know, maybe getting to the doctors faster, anything like that? Can you see any changes that stand out to you over the last 4 years that maybe you've seen any change in over the last maybe 12 to 18 months?
Certainly, yes. I've recently been made aware of the statistics around the improvement to claims being processed, and the numbers dropping from what I understand was a backlog of a number of thousand of claims that had been waiting over 800 days. I believe it was around 6,000 or 7,000 claims, is now down to around 700. So certainly the numbers are supporting that claims are being processed faster. I think that's probably the key metric that I can refer to.
Mm. Okay. So I think I'll come to you, Mr. Melick. I did hear you say that you, with the commissioner itself, there is a bit of I'm hearing, I believe what you're hearing of the chatter out there, they're not real happy about the Defence Minister picking who should be in that job, and they're losing that trust already. I'm assuming, by the way you were speaking, you were concerned about the pick of the new commissioner himself, and I think that is your thought that if they don't get this right in the first place, then we're off to a really bad start to start with. And quite frankly, this is one of the biggest moves they need to get right.
Firstly, Senator, there was a fair bit of chatter about dissatisfaction with the appointment of Michael Manthorpe because yet another public servant, etc. I do note, though, he has been quite active in getting around and speaking to people, and after meetings there's been a lot of positive reporting back about his attitude and his view about what should be done. But there is significant concern amongst veterans, as I expressed in my opening, that this commissioner should have nothing to do with Defence or DVA. It must be answerable to PM&C. It should be a statutory appointment pursuant to an order in council, and it must have sufficient staffing and powers to ensure it can do its job.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Senator, and also
Yes.
we're adamant it should be appropriately advertised and not a direct appointment.
I actually didn't come up with the PMC idea. I'd been chucking out there, maybe let the Governor General pick someone on the advice with the Prime Minister. You know, I think it's that high level. That's where it needs to go. It does need to sit at that Prime Minister level, if you want, I think if they want that trust. Yeah, I'm just sorry, I'm just bringing that up. You don't have to agree, but I just think just for the committee to hear, that's where it's got to be.
Well, we envisage, if it's to occur appropriately, it'll be done by PM&C. It'll be a recommendation from the Prime Minister to Cabinet, and that will go to the Governor-General and Council, and it'll be a Governor-General. That's what we think will happen.
Because there is a lot of trust deficiency out there, isn't there?
Yes.
Yeah. And it doesn't help with their health and well-being either.
No.
So.
And one of the issues that was raised in the Royal Commission was the difficulty of getting records out of Defence and information. And in fairness to Defence, it is a fairly large beast, and it's often very difficult to actually easily find those records. But be that as it may, this commissioner must have the power to enforce the production of evidence.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, but he must also use that power if he's given to him and needs to.
Yep.
You know, and I think that's the biggest dots. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Senator Lambie. Now, Senator Shoebridge, you have the call. You're on mute, by the way, Senator. Yep. There we go.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I want to start by acknowledging today is Vietnam Veterans Day and pay those respects to veterans for the service and for the ongoing impacts of that service, and to acknowledge that as well. And as we do, acknowledge obviously the impacts on Vietnam and the need to build those friendships and connections across our two countries, and it's an important day to reflect on that. Thanks both for your submissions. When you talk about an independence for the Commissioner, one of the measures that's used to establish independence in other important statutory appointments is that they get vetted by a parliamentary committee, and there's a vetting process and an approval process or concurrence process that works, for example, with the NAC Commissioner, the National Anti-Corruption Commissioner, works with appointments of the Auditor General and the like. Do you think that might be an important additional check and balance rather than just simply in the gift of the Defence Minister?
Sorry, Senator, I'll take that question was directed to me, and then and Tamara.
It's directed to both of you, but you've raised the question squarely, yes.
Yes. Well, firstly, it can't be part of Defence. There just wouldn't be enough trust. And Defence is making improvements, but still has a long way to go. It has to be PM&C, and I agree it should be an appropriate vetting process for the appointment. It can't be a captain's call.
Bessie?
And I would support that it should be a thorough vetting process as well.
And when you say thorough vetting process, I mean the one that's, not necessarily entirely within the control of the executive is to put it to a parliamentary committee. It could be the Senate committee, it could be a joint committee, to put it to a committee that doesn't simply have government members on it, to ensure that it has some cross-party buy-in as well. Do you think that might be useful?
I think that might be useful.
I wouldn't oppose that.
Yeah. Okay. Not oppose is not what I call strong endorsement, but I hear what you. That's how it'll be read. I'll be quite clear. That's how it'll be read. Is that the intention?
Senator, I'm just not quite sure how that committee would work. I would like to see an independent committee look at it. I don't want a captain's call as to how it's formulated. I'm not aware of I'm not aware of the process that was conducted to approve the Commissioner of the NAC. But whatever it is, I suggest we should have an independent committee processing
and the status quo that's in the legislation of it simply being the choice of the Defence Minister is from both of your perspectives, as I understand it, unacceptable and lacking in the independence that you would want to see.
That's correct.
And the independence that I think veterans would like to see.
Yeah. And of course, the other difficulty is that means even if you have the best appointment in the world, they start on the back foot, having been a captain's pick from the Defence Minister, and it makes the job harder for an independent commissioner, even a very good one. Do you agree?
Senator, I think we've all agreed that it shouldn't be a captain's pick and it shouldn't be a Defence Minister. I think whoever is picked for the job will have difficulties because there are many diverse views amongst veterans, and you'll never get universal recommendation from veterans or veterans groups about any particular appointment. There'll always be some criticism, and whoever is picked will have a difficult job for the first 6 months in gaining the trust of the veterans and the people with whom they're dealing.
I think we could make that statement about any issue involving veterans, that there'll be a diversity of view amongst veterans groups and veterans, and a feisty division. Could I ask, there have been some concerns about the Commission having kind of extensive powers, and the concern is, and potential penalties associated with engagement with the Commission and the Commissioner. There's another school of thought that says those extensive powers are necessary if you're going to have the ability to really sort of, get to the truth of matters and have a robust inquiry. Have either of you considered those balancing considerations?
Yes, Senator. My view is it needs extensive powers. I've had considerable experience, both in being a statutory member of the National Crime Authority, being the Chief Commissioner of the Tasmanian Integrity Commission, and I've also done investigations in other matters. And without the powers, you just cannot get the information. You cannot be satisfied you've got all the information. And there are times that people will refuse to hand over material for reasons of self-protection or misguided reasons, saying they're breaching some privacy considerations or whatever. So at the end of the day, if this commission is going to work, it must have the power to compel the production of evidence and the attendance of witnesses.
Rasi?
I think I go back to that point of the Commission must be able to restore trust and have the trust of the community, and in order to, they don't need to have, hang on. I think it's important they're not hamstrung, that they can't do their job properly. So for that reason, I think there needs to be a degree of power that they're able to do their job effectively and being able to therefore deliver for the community.
But most times when these kinds of powers are given to a statutory entity or an individual, they're also a very clear mechanism for oversight. There might be an independent inspector appointed if these powers are given to a statutory body. There might be an express reference to the Ombudsman having an oversight role, or there might be an express reference to a parliamentary committee to oversight those powers. Sometimes it's a combination of those things, but we don't necessarily, it's not clear to me who's watching the watcher, if you like, in this regard, in the case where these powers might be, wrongly or inappropriately used. Have you had any thoughts about that?
I think parliamentary oversight committees are a very effective way of doing it, rather than necessarily an oversighting inspector. Parliamentary committees have significant powers and often combine a whole lot of experience from all sides of politics. I've been working to two parliamentary committees for many years in various capacities, and I'm quite impressed of the ability for parliamentarians to burrow down and ask the right questions.
Rasi?
I support what Greg has said. I don't have anything to add in addition.
Maybe you want to, we have such a short time frame, I don't even know if there is a questions on notice process, maybe the chair can assist. But
there will be, Senator.
Yeah, if you could assist, maybe think about where in your experience or the RSL's experience that kind of oversight would best lie amongst the different potential parliamentary committees. If you could provide that on notice, that will be of assistance. And then my questions, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Senator Shoebridge. Now, Senator Lambert, do you want to just quickly jump in before I go to Senator McLaughlin? Senator Lambie?
Oh, so I just have a question. Well,
Yep.
I didn't know. I can wait till the end. I'll just wait till the end if you like.
No, just jump in now. and Senator
Okay,
McLaughlin will
cool.
join us.
I believe, unless I'm hearing wrong, that the commission will be funded by Defence itself. I'm not sure if anyone can clarify that for me. That's what I'm hearing. Would you not think, if that be the case, Mr. Malik, and I'm sure Ms. Payton, you can weigh in if you want to, that would be a terrible conflict of terrible conflict of interest, not at least to say, once again, talking about the trust deficit we're talking about.
Look, I agree. One of the most effective ways of reducing an organisation's effectiveness is by the funding or decreasing the funding. I'm not suggesting Defence would, but the point is that veterans would not be comfortable with the funding being provided by Defence. It should, as I said before, it should be a separate statutory body, separately funded and answerable to DPAC.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot,
And
Senator.
and I was just going to share my agreement that I think then, funding becomes potentially an obstacle that could prevent the Commission doing its job as it needs to. So I agree it should be separate.
Thanks a lot for that. Okay, now, Senator McLaughlin, you have the call.
Yes, that's led in nicely to a question I had in relation to the size or capability of the Commission. It's all very well being independent, but you have to have the resources. You briefly made comment that you have a view on where the resources may come from. But have you formed a view, given past practice with the previous reiteration of a form of the Commission, about the size required, or the staffing levels, or the scale? It's perhaps a slightly unfair question, but we have experienced a form of a commissioner before. I'll address it to both of you. You can have a go.
Well, Senator, it's a bit like how long's a piece of string. I would have thought the staffing would have to be at least 10 to 20 people, apart from the Commissioner. And maybe you start off at a certain level and the budget allows for expansion. When one looks at the amount of time and cost of the Royal Commission and the number of people working to it and for it, I fail to see how a commission of less than, say, 20-odd people would be able to actually cover the areas they need to. But once again, it's how long's a piece of string. But it certainly wouldn't. I do not see a micro office.
I don't feel I can speak to numbers specifically. I think with any sort of planning around that, you need to go back to what is the work that is required, and then how do you match the numbers to that. So I don't think I can comment on a specific head count.
As I understand what you told us today, that would lead into your concerns about the funding mechanism of any entity to ensure that its funding is properly reviewed going forward. Is that a proper summary of your thinking?
Well, my view is that the funding would have to be demand-driven, because if you work on budgetary principles, that's one way to choke it or restrict what it's doing. I think it's one of those rare organisations that should be demand-driven. The funding should be demand-driven, and assuming you will have a responsible person leading it, they'll be the ones that will be able to best gauge what funding they need and what staff they need.
I have no further questions, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Senator McLaughlin. Look, can I just fire off just a couple of questions to the both of you? And just moving slightly from the early questions around funding and structure. I just wanted to get your sense about what you think should be the priorities for this new Defence and Veterans Service Commission, particularly, in the first couple of years. Where do you see its priorities being?
Its priority would have to be to ensure the implementations of the Royal Commission recommendations, bearing in mind, of course, there are a lot of them, and one would have to think about how to prioritise those particular ones. as the Royal Commission itself pointed out, there were some 57 prior inquiries, of which many of the recommendations hadn't been implemented. We were always of the view that the critical thing that should come out of any review is to have an organisation empowered to enforce the recommendations. And that's going to be its biggest job, biggest initial job once it's set up, is to prioritise the enforcement, which recommendations they think should be implemented. The government's committed to implementing most of them, but once again, it's a lot of recommendations, a lot of money, and a lot of staffing effort. So that I think, would be one of the first problems and the first priorities.
And Greg, I agree with that. I think there's a sense of frustration amongst veterans that perhaps the outcomes of the Royal Commission may be in words only, but not necessarily in actions, and that it might just sit in a drawer somewhere. And I think that there's an impatience for there to be some action taken. So I think that's a key role that this commission can play around that accountability to see the actions through. And I think the other part is to make sure that in seeing them through, we're getting the information, the data to show the impacts of those recommendations being implemented, that we're seeing a change in suicide rates and incarceration rates, housing rates, and so on, so that things are being measured, that the Royal Commission has had an impact that we can see.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you raised that too, because I guess my next follow-on question was going to be around how do you expect the Commission to improve the outcomes for the defence and veteran community? And I think part of that role is going to be obviously data. But can I just following on from what you've just said to me, Patton, do you want to just elaborate a bit further on my point, or my question being, how do you expect, or what do you expect the Commission to do to improve the outcomes for the broader veteran community?
I think so. Absolutely, data is one way that we will see that. I think the other is through, and perhaps this can all come back to data through making sure that the funding is there, and that's one of the points that I was talking about before in my opening statement around recommendation 88A. And the importance of there being a funding mechanism in place around supporting veteran housing and the wraparound support services that are needed. There are other areas that also require funding, but at the moment, a lot of this is being supported through the community. And so, to me, that would be one of the key successes that I'd like to see come out of this commission.
And Senator, another area, as much as I dislike it, is social media, because if you get to a stage where you see more positive rather than negative comments on social media, you'll know the Commission's doing its job, because usually what appears on social media is the minority negative groups, and everything you try to do seems to be criticised by the majority. But when you start seeing a significant increase in positive comments, you're starting to have an effect.
I think if I could add one other point, it would also be around a sense of cohesiveness within the Defence and ex-service community. I think at the moment a lot of things work in isolation, and certainly with a lot of the recommendations, they focus on specific topics. But I mentioned before there is a real intersectionality between them all, and they can't necessarily all be addressed in isolation. So, as a community, being able to feel that sense of cohesion, I think will be a key outcome.
And that's why the Royal Commission has recommended an establishment of a peak body to try to coordinate the matters. I mean, with 3,500 ESOs, it's very difficult to get coordination without establishing a body to which everybody contributes. But Tamara's point's very valid. There is too much too much work done in isolation, and it gets difficult to coordinate things properly.
And I guess a further point, though, then how do you both then envisage that the Commission will actually benefit families of veterans and the broader community, not just the veteran or members of the ADF right today, but they're members of the family as well?
Well, our view has always been that the veterans and their families are inextricably intertwined, and we have to be very careful to make sure that we don't forget the family and leave them out to one side. And that's one of the problems with some of the ESOs. They concentrate on such narrow areas rather than looking at the expanded effect. And I think the way in which you include families, you always keep them in mind and make sure that every time you make a recommendation, you consider the impact upon the family.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I guess, are there any other elements that you might see could be part of the success of the Commission in the years to come?
I think its measure of success will be driven by the improvements that are made in the system. Hopefully the data will improve. And at the end of the day, it's got to be a commission that is receptive to changing its views or its course, bearing in mind results and or input from veterans and their organisations.
I think also it's important that in the Commission operating, it's not seen as, you know, a large amount of money is being directed purely towards that oversight piece in lieu of money going towards services that are directly at the front line supporting veterans. So I think another measure of success will be that that balance is there, and that it's not seen that funds are being drawn away from the front line for veterans and into oversight.
Yeah, indeed. And I guess ultimately reducing the number of people that do suicide in the community.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, can I, if my colleagues don't have any other further questions, can I thank the two of you for appearing today? Now, I just need to mention to you both that any questions that were taken on notice, answers need to be provided by this Wednesday, the 20th of August, and as I understand from the Secretariat, at 9 a.m. But if you could, there may be one for you, Greg, but I'm not sure if there were any others that had asked questions to be taken on notice. Thank you again for your time, and we, as always, the committee always appreciates the contribution from organisations like yours in what is a very important area of policy that we need to address. Now, we're going to suspend very briefly and get ready for our next panel of witnesses. So the broadcasting will now suspend, and we'll come back not too long.
Chair, but sorry, just
Welcome, witnesses from Legacy Australia, Families of Veterans Guild and the Defence Force Welfare Association. Welcome to you all, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses given evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, could you all please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And we might start with Dr. Mark first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Mark Lax. I am the Vice Chairman of Legacy Australia, and I appear before you in that capacity today.
Thank you very much. Renee?
Good afternoon. My name is Renee Wilson. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Families of Veterans Guild, and likewise appearing before you in that capacity today.
And John?
My name is John Lewis. I'm the State President, Queensland State President of the Defence Force Welfare Association, and I'm representing Del Gaudry, our National President, who is currently overseas.
Thank you very much. Now, do either of you have an opening statement that you would like to provide the committee today?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and the other two, do you have an opening statement?
Mr. Chairman, Mark Lax, I provided an opening statement to the Secretariat. I believe you will have that.
And you're happy for us just to table that?
I'm happy for you to table that, and I'm happy to answer any questions in that regard.
Okay.
So I'm good to go with that regards.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Wilson, have you got an opening statement you wanted to?
I don't, in the interest of maximising time for questions.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. Well, then, Mark, I'll then
yes,
you, John. So
like
do you want to provide
yes.
us with your opening statement?
Yes, it's changed slightly from what I presented before. Defence Force Welfare focuses on the interests and well-being, a broad remit of current and former members of the ADF and their families. And we focus on government policy, legislation and practices. Schedule 9 is the government response to the most important recommendation of the Royal Commission. It underpins all the other recommendations. The prompt action to create the Defence and Veterans Services Commission. However, for the many reasons outlined in this and the other submissions, the entity created in Schedule 9 totally fails the key independence test. DVA claims that the government may move it to standalone legislation after the Commissioner's report in 36 months' time. That's too late. The legislation needs to be rewritten with appropriate consultation and move to standalone legislation as soon as possible. In our submission, we have raised quite a few points, but I'll just highlight 4. 1, the importance of families to veteran wellbeing is stressed throughout the Royal Commission report. In that report, it identified historical neglect of family needs, even though raised and accepted for action by the government from previous inquiries. But nothing changed. This legislation needs to ensure that family considerations are in scope for future investigations on implementation of recommendations. The schedule doesn't require any prompt or timely publication of reports of future own initiative or minister-requested investigations, nor does it make provision for annual or progress reports on how well recommendations are being implemented. These requirements need to be legislated to provide transparency and demonstration of independence. The importance of the many interrelated parts of the defence and veteran ecosystem is stressed throughout the report. I've got to say, we disagree with the DVA submission to exclude external entities, which would include services delivered by states, families in particular, by ESOs and commercial providers, to name a few. The legislation needs to ensure that all elements of the veteran and defence ecosystem are in scope for Commission scrutiny. Unlike practices in other sectors, Schedule 9 does not require the Commission to evaluate the implementation of the Royal Commission recommendations. Instead, its evaluation is limited to the implementation of the government's response, which is a totally different thing. If the government's response is inadequate, it doesn't get picked up. That needs to be clarified. In summary, we think a complete rewrite of Schedule 9 to reflect the Royal Commission intent with full stakeholder involvement is required. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Now I'm going to hand the call to Senator Lambie, who's back online, and then Senator Shoebridge. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Mr. Laws, how long would you like this to go for? How long do you think something, of going back over this again, how long do you think that's going to take?
I think it should be done by the end of this year, the rewrite.
Right, you got like
I think 36
4
months
months. There
is too
can't
long.
be too much wrong with it, Mr. Lewis, if you're going to rewrite in 4 months.
The current thing is inadequate in many respects. A rewrite.
And how
in
is
many
it
areas.
inadequate? How have you had? Has your organisation been legally briefed by lawyers, barristers, QCs, KCs these days? Have you had that legal knowledge? Have you been able to take it out to somebody that is legally good in this area?
No.
Okay.
Quite frankly, no.
Sorry, I'm just asking.
No. We got very little notice. As you appreciate, there were 3 Senate and committee inquiries at the beginning of this year, and we got very short time frames in which to respond to the lot. There's virtually an impossible task which was placed on many ESOs to respond in time.
Okay. Okay. In your own views, what is the single most important change you believe Parliament could make to Schedule 9 to ensure the Commission succeeds in rebuilding trust with veterans and their families?
Make it independent. All of the points that Greg mentioned and we mentioned in lots of the other ones, actually follow the Royal Commission recommendations, not in defence, an independent statutory authority. Follow those points that have been raised elsewhere.
Okay.
The independence is the crucial thing.
Right, the independence. Okay, because I can assure you that that National Commissioner, when it is up and running, will have the same powers your Royal Commissioners just had. Okay, that has been pushed through. I spent all last Christmas with Matt Keogh making sure that went through. So there was no less power that this National Commissioner will have. And yes, I do believe that we are stuck on the independence, and I do believe that the Prime Minister needs to be very careful to make sure that that trust that is starting to rebuild slowly continues to rebuild. But mate, going back through and holding this up is not the answer either. We just need to stay on it, and everybody needs to be staying it, and everybody needs to be walking the halls of Parliament and making sure they're seeing those politicians. I don't see that going on anymore up there. So maybe that's a problem from the outside looking in. I have no further questions, Chair.
I'd just like to respond there. The key thing to get this trust, rebuild the trust, is that this organisation be independent. I believe waiting 36 months, as is proposed, till after the two initial reports is too long to wait. It needs to be done right up front and as soon as possible.
Okay. I'm not sure the other 2 witnesses, if you wanted to make a contribution, given that you're on the same sort of grouping.
Senator Mark Lax, I'd like to make a comment, please, if I may.
Yes, you may, Doctor.
We're not of the same view that it's that desperate. This is a new initiative. It's an exceptional one that the Royal Commissioners put in. We, Legacy, gave the Royal Commissioners at least 10 submissions during the period of their review, and this was one of the major ones we asked to be included. We would see this as being dependent upon the terms of reference and the appointment, and I would give the other members present an example of how this could work very easily. For 8 years, I was on the Defence Honours Awards Review Committee. It was a statutory body. It was under Parliamentary Secretary. It was run by an eminent professor of law, and the Department of Defence was actually the funding authority. And everybody screamed that it was not independent, there was conflicts of interest, but from that time that it started until the present day, it has worked extremely well. The veterans community has acknowledged that it's done that, and I don't see this as being any different. I also acknowledge the fact that Mr Manthorpe is only a temporary appointment at the moment. and I know that the government will then decide what they will do with that appointment as life goes on. I might add that Legacy is very, very interested in this proceeding because we have 28,000 reasons, and that's the number of our families we're supporting. Right now, I can tell members of the committee we have 304 families who've lost either the partner or a son or daughter or a family member taking their own life because of their service. And so if this commission gets up and helps them, then we should all cheer, because it really is important that we continue this process and don't let it slip. And the other thing I'd like to add is we would like to make sure that the commission, when it's established, doesn't wither on the vine in 1 or 2 years and everybody claps their hands and said it's done. It's not one of those sort of things. It'll have to continue. So that's my comment. Thank you, sir.
You're most welcome. Thanks for that, Doctor. Ms Wilson?
Yeah, just 2 quick things. Just to Senator Lambie's point about the most important thing, I think it's getting the appointment right. And I was listening to the previous evidence, and I think, Senator, you got it right when you said it needs to be appointed by the Governor-General. It's at that level. And I think that will help. That's one of the most important things when it comes to independence. And then secondary to that, and our submission talks to this in detail, is creating the obligation to families. So as Dr. Lax has already pointed out, there are thousands out there, and the majority are not included in the veteran system at all. They're simply not recognised or included in any legislative framework. So creating that obligation to families to make sure that they're included and part of this commission is equally as important for its future.
Okay. Now, Senator Lambie, do you just want to ask another question?
Unless, Dave, you want to go. I was just going to say, Ms Wilson, have you seen no change since we've had the family veterans, whatever, what's you called, family veterans commissioner?
Commissioner, yes.
Yes.
Very.
Have you seen any change in that area? Because honestly, I would have expected, I don't play in that area like you do, obviously I'm stacked over this side. Mm-hmm. I would have expected that by now there should be some change being made, and if not, why is it not being made? Is it resistance to ideas or?
It's a really good question, Senator. The short answer to your question, have I seen any change? I would say big picture, no, and nowhere near enough. The model of care for veteran families has stayed exactly the same. The pathways for support are compensable pathways only. And within the pathways that exist for families, by virtue of their relationship for a veteran, there are significant barriers in the way. So big picture, on the ground, nothing substantive has changed for families at all. Why is that? And I think part of the reason, which is why I come back to this obligation, is because there is no obligation to look after families. There is no, there's only, as I said, those compensable pathways for a certain group of families within the Vets Bill, but nothing in general. The Repatriation Commission doesn't have authority to look over families. It's all the nice to have stuff without any formal obligation on the government departments to look after families, which is sad given all we know.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, to be, with all due respect, it's be the National Commission's job to fully do that either. His is to find out that they're being treated badly and then to make sure that's rectified. That's what I would expect his job, but still you're not feeling that the support is there anyway. I'm having to know when here today. Right, okay.
I feel that we're at the starting blocks for families in this country in general, in terms of the support that's required in the system that's currently not there.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. I'll dig into that over the next week. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Renee.
Thanks, Senator Lambie. Now, I'll hand the call over to Senator Shoebridge. You have the call.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks all for your submissions and your ongoing work. Ms Wilson, I know that you said having the Governor-General make the appointment would be a kind of indication of the independence. The way that works in practice, of course, is the Governor-General just does whatever the government chooses. Like, there's no independent vetting that the Governor-General would do in that space. the Governor-General accepts the recommendation of his or her government and would make the appointment. That of itself doesn't, most observers would say that of itself doesn't add any kind of independent oversight of it. It does make removal harder, and I think that's probably a good point. But in terms of like ensuring that the appointment is not just the government's pick or the minister's pick, other options would be to have it concurrence from a parliamentary committee that's made up of more than government members. That happens in many spaces, or some other kind of public assurance that there's the right person has been picked and there's been a procedure for picking the right person. Have I suppose you or any of the other witnesses here had a thought about that kind of assurance that it's not just the minister's pick, it's not just the government's pick, and is that really what you're aiming at in your submissions?
I haven't had a particular thought on that until I heard it discussed just previously with the last panel, and I think, you know, Senator, you also raised an important point around that committee scrutiny on the pick as well. I think all of these things layered up is what creates an independence, what creates the scrutiny, but also gives the air of the importance of this role within our community. And with the Governor-General being, that person that is ultimately the Commander-in-Chief, I think there is a role for them in this process, but equally too, there needs to be a transparent process throughout, and certainly no captain's calls, to echo the words of my colleagues previous.
Mr. Lewis.
I think you're on mute, John.
Yes, sorry. Could you say that question again, please?
Well, some people have, there's been some suggestion that having the Governor-General make the appointment would provide a kind of independence. The way our constitution works is the Governor-General simply acts on the advice. This is a constitutional process. The Governor-General acts on the advice of government. It doesn't really add independence or a sense of assurance in the process.
I think the independent committee is the appointment by an independent assessment by an independent committee,
or at least the concurrence
through to the Governor-General.
Yeah. Does Legacy have a view on that?
Yeah, I'd like to just, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to make comment on the early days of this. The proof's going to be in the pudding. We're starting to pick who should be the person in charge, what they do, what their bio is. I think that's irrelevant. I think as long as the Commission gets to conduct inquiries, reports, and use evidence-based findings and recommendations on matters relating to systemic reform to improve suicide prevention and wellbeing outcomes for serving and ex-serving Australian Defence Force members and their families is the key to this. So it's an outward-looking appointment, it's not an inward-looking one. I read Defence Act 1903 Part 8E, which establishes the Defence Veteran Service Commission. It comments that it has two subsets to it: to improve suicide prevention for serving and ex-serving Australian Defence Force members. Interestingly, it then says, or improve wellbeing outcomes for serving and ex-serving Australian Defence Force members. It doesn't mention families, but by implication, the family connection is critically important to this. As my colleague Ms Wilson has mentioned.
We'll come to the question of families later. This is not about individuals. It's not about CVs. It's not about personalities. No. It's about good independent process so that the broad defence community has a sense that this is a genuinely independent office, a genuinely independent authority. It's about process. I push back on your suggestion that these questions or this is about CVs. It's not.
No.
It's not about individuals. It's about process and good process to ensure that the community has faith that it's an independent appointment. And, Legacy may not have a position on that, but that's the question I'm putting to you.
All right, and can I just suggest that we ask questions and have an answer and vice versa, but Doctor, you have the call.
But it's best if the answers are responsive to the questions.
And you'll have an opportunity then, Senator, as you know, to come back and put further questions, including clarifying ones back to the witnesses. But Doctor, you have the call.
Well, Legacy may not have a
Dr. Lux, did you have anything to add on that? Sorry.
No, I accept the Senator's statement there.
Okay, all right.
Yep, thank you.
To go to the family issue, and I think it's something that keeps getting raised by to my office. Renee, you and many others continue to raise the fact that families are invisible. They're invisible in the legislation, and they're often invisible in the way TVA operates. And to again see, after all that we heard about the need for families to be supported and part of the solution in the Royal Commission, to have them invisible in this Schedule 9 must have been pretty tough. Have you thought about, you could have an inclusive definition, families include, and to articulate an inclusive definition of what families would that be a way forward?
Absolutely, I think that would be a way forward, and it would be the first time. It's amazing when you consider the volume of legislation across the veteran sector and the fact that families not included. Even in the Vets Bill, as this committee well knows, they're referred to as wholly dependent partners, probably one of the most disrespectful terms you can put on a group of people. So it would be a first, and I really think it's an opportunity for this committee and this parliament to, from day one, say families are important. And actually include that in the piece of legislation, which would be the first time in, 100 years?
And in terms of this commission and the commissioner's work, which is really kind of outreach to get a sense of what's happening and what's working and what's not working, absolutely the individual veterans themselves must be critical to that. But surely an active outreach to families, to parents, to siblings, to partners, to kids, that you couldn't do this job without making that core to your work, could you?
You couldn't. And I have to say, I have sat with volume 6 of the Royal Commission's final report for quite some time. And this is the volume that deals in depth with a lot of the evidence that was presented on the impacts of veteran suicide and the veteran system on families. And I've sat with it for a long time because what I've seen is a dissonance between the information that's in there, all of the evidence that's presented, the views that are presented, and ultimately the recommendations that were made. And I've struggled to understand why, if the Royal Commission was given opportunity, it never went further for families. But then I went back and I had a look at their terms of reference, and I realised families were not a specific line of inquiry for them. So how could they? And that, I think, serves as the best lesson out of this as to why families need to be in there from day one for the Defence and Veteran Services Commission, so that we don't end up with Royal Commission Mark II for families.
John or Mark, do you have any view about the benefits or otherwise of legislatively making families visible in this?
Yes, definitely. It was one of the recommendations. We made 2 recommendations on this. Because in some of the scopes they mentioned in the 2 types of reports, they said it says improve the wellbeing outcomes for serving and ex-serving members, and we suggested it should be amended by adding and their families part of it, and also to have a broad definition of family, because the definition of a family, what constitutes a family, is broadening. And it's got different interpretations in related legislation. So it should incorporate anybody who's regarded as a family by other legislation, and really keep it, not make it a restrictive definition, but make it a very broad definition, so it includes the breadth and changes going forward. Any person regarded as family by a serving or former member of the ADF is what we put in our recommendation.
Ms. Lax?
Yeah,
or Dr. Lax, sorry.
Thank you, Senator. I agree with both those comments. The definition of a family has been expanded literally over the last 5 years more. The husband, wife and 3 kids and the dog is no longer the standard family. And we've had this discussion. In fact, I've presented to this committee before about this discussion with yourself, in fact, about how do we define a family. The fact of the matter is we do need to include families, whichever the definition we would come up with, in the Commissioner's role. And I do note there are at least 2 Royal Commission recommendations that directly reflect families, and that's 103, improve support and communication for families, and that was agreed by the government. and 104, which said strengthen the defence advocates, family advocates' role, and that was also agreed. So families have not been totally forgotten. In fact, I'm sure the Royal Commission has spent an inordinate amount of time. As Renee said, Volume 6 talks about the case studies that they went through in their 3 years. And so we would support the comments of both Ms Wilson and Mr Lewis.
And you're all pointing in the same direction. We should have an inclusive definition of family and say family includes, and we don't necessarily need to absolutely finalise that, because different families may incorporate different elements.
Absolutely.
Yes. May I just add, I think that's particularly important when we're talking about the implementation of post-vention initiatives as well, and thinking about those ripple effects of suicide and suicidality. And we have a restrictive definition. We're effectively restricting the application of those activities as well in our sector.
I mean, at a minimum, if you think of First Nations veterans, you know, the complex family webs and networks that First Nations veterans have, you wouldn't want to go through the process of trying to statutorily define that. You'd need to leave the capacity for the Commission or the Commissioner to reach out where appropriate.
Absolutely.
In fact, Senator,
just my final question. Oh, sorry, John, you go.
Sorry, John, go ahead.
Sorry. Just on that, I think it's absolutely essential that it is included in this legislation to make sure that they are in scope. The Royal Commission made several observations where it said there'd been previous recommendations from inquiries to include families, and it was all accepted by the government. Yes, this is something we must do, and then it just developed into shelfware. Nothing happened, and we've got to ensure that this area is addressed, and this is almost a last chance to get it in there.
Dr. Lax.
I was just going to add that Legacy at the moment is looking at expanding its acceptance criteria across the family spectrum, I'll call it, as are a number of other ESOs that I'm sure you're aware of, and that's the process we're going through at the moment. So the family aspect is critically important to the way this commission is set up. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to commend Legacy on that work, really important work, and thank you for doing it. My final question, I think because of time, is about one of the statutory provisions is about inquiries, an inquiry on the advice of the minister. I think, Renee, you mentioned it in your submission, the ability, the kill button the minister can have on an inquiry. One possible amendment to that would be to say the minister can't, of their own volition, just kill an inquiry, except for with the consent of the commissioner. Because it may be that something's begun, an inquiry's begun, it's otherwise resolved and it's no longer needed. And if the commissioner agrees, then you could see circumstances where it ends. But just having a pure kill button in the hands of the minister is problematic, isn't it?
I think it is when we go back to the core principles about what the Royal Commission found. Transparency, accountability, all of those core foundations, independence. And for me, this section really stuck out as something that kind of was a bit odd in amongst all of that. And we talked about the importance of process before. There needs to be process around this. It can't just be I don't need it anymore and now it's not public.
Yeah, or it's becoming awkward and embarrassing and we just like to shut it down.
There is that.
Yeah. I know that it's fairly abstruse, this part of the ledge, but it's 110ZFB5. Everyone's talking about it. 110ZFB subsection 5. But have either of the other witnesses turned their attention to that?
Only if I may, that if they push the button, it'd be such a big outcry. It'd be the veteran community would be up in arms about it to stop an inquiry. Yeah,
but relying on public shame is not the best legislative design, is it? Having some checks and balances before we get to public shaming would probably be better design.
And I would like to think that there would have to be a really extreme reason for a minister to cut off one of the Commissioner's lines of inquiry and his reporting mechanism.
One of the other options would be requiring the minister to justify it by a statement to Parliament or some other kinds of checks and balances rather than just having a quiet kill switch. But I think we're all pushing in the same direction, some kind of checks and balances in that space. John?
Yeah, well, there's nothing to, well, we've suggested that the Commissioner have the ability to publish his report if it hasn't been published by the Minister within a set period of time.
But
it doesn't have to go. It doesn't have to go through the. It doesn't publishing doesn't mean to be tabled in Parliament.
Yeah, or a
just be published on their website.
Yeah, or a requirement on the Minister to table it in Parliament within, say, 15 sitting days or 30 calendar days.
That's one of the things that we have actually recommended.
Yep, I saw that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Now, Senator McLaughlin, you have the call.
Thank you. I just have a question, as Senator Shoebridge has probably addressed some of the issues that I'm reflecting on for Dr. Lax from Legacy. We're having a discussion or a debate about the levels of independence, and you raised the honours and awards, which operates obviously very well. As I understand it, the brief or the decisions go through the hands of Defence and then to the Minister in that set of circumstances. And I'm also mindful that honours and awards determinations are likely to be less dramatic or political as potentially someone taking their own life. So I'm interested in, if I understand your evidence correctly, you don't have a problem with the current structure as it's been put forward, or you're not as critical of the current structure that's been proposed in Schedule 9?
Just to correct the...
I'm not coming from a particular view, by the way.
No,
I'm just interested
I understand.
in comparison.
Defence Honours Awards Appeals Tribunal takes cases from the public. It reports direct to the Minister. It doesn't go through the Department of Defence. And it does have controversy because you notice there's been a few recent Victoria Cross Awards that come from that tribunal. And that, of course, has caused various members of the public to agree or disagree and so forth. As far as we are concerned, Legacy is concerned about the Commissioner, independence is absolutely critical. How that's defined is going to be extremely difficult because whether you take someone who's an ex-service person, a public service member, someone from the community that may not be aware of the issues, whatever you choose, it's going to create some trouble. But I think we have to let the person who gets the job get their feet under the table and see how they deliver. And we would be prepared to see how that comes on as it gets established formally.
Perhaps to the question I asked to the previous witnesses, and anyone can jump in here, we have had a form of commission operating before before the Royal Commission and then the legislation. Is there any advice you can give the committee about the resourcing needs of this particular organisation? How you would see, it's a little bit unfair question. The response was how long a piece of string, and I do appreciate that. But there is a big difference from an organisation with a titular head and a small secretariat versus an active and engaged and organisation that's with outreach. So if anyone can jump in, whether they've had any thoughts or reflections on that topic. You all look like you don't want to answer that, so... I'll go to Renee.
He was ready to go. So I'm happy to speak to you, Mark, and then I do have some thoughts. I'm happy to share.
Well, I would suggest that we ask the appointment of the Commissioner as how that person sees their role with their staff and appointed members of their panels or whatever. We're not in a position to say how many people or what they should be doing or where they should work or who pays them. I think that's a matter for government to decide, and we would just basically leave it at that. But I would encourage that the committee that they would look at that appointment as being really important. It has to have a staff that's backing that appointment, and it's an ongoing thing. It's not something that's going to last just 12 or 18 months, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll go. Renee, would you like to come in, and then I'll obviously John.
Concur with Dr. Lux on that one. I think what's really important here is being clear on when it is established with the Commissioner getting clear on what those priorities are, and then building the resource base around that. Having in the last 4 years rebuilt an organisation, it takes a lot. And you need to have access to the right types of resources that you need in order to achieve the priorities you're there to achieve. So for me, it's around clarity on priorities, and then you can build around that.
Oh, yeah. From a DFWA point of view, it's a question of balancing priorities. Now, we've got the two initial reports on the implementation of the Royal Commission, which is extending over a period of time. That's a pretty high workload for an initial period. And then there are going to be own initiative investigations by the Commissioner. Whether he can run those as in parallel with the two main initial reports is a moot point. But anything where the Minister specifically starts requesting advice, which is the advisory role, which is another role given to the Commissioner, additional funding may be necessary for the Commissioner to undertake that without jeopardising his priority tasks that he has set with his own initiative thing. So I think there'll be a settling in period over the first 3 years based on the experience with the two main reports.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Chair.
All right, thanks a lot, Senator. Now, I understand Senator Lambie might have just one, and I just ask all the other witnesses appearing at the next block, could you just turn off your videos, please, if you're not appearing in this block? Thank you. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Chair. You can all have a view if you like. I'm sure you will do, but I do note that, and I'm not sure whether you've picked up that it does not. This bill for the National Commission does not include a provision for an annual report to Parliament. In the current legislation, it's in, which I find disgraceful as it is. Obviously, we want in there to ensure transparency and all the rest. What are your thoughts on Parliament coming out of a Royal Commission and then just going, well, you don't need an annual report thrown at you? And once again, let's go back to the trust deficit. I just thought I'd like to hear what your thought process was on that.
Yes. Very, very simple. Yes. I think there should be an annual report to Parliament. As a community, I think one of the things we have struggled to do, particularly as a community sector, is hold accountable. Senator Lambie, you mentioned you're not seeing people walk the halls of Parliament. We've struggled to hold our government departments and elected representatives accountable, mainly because of access to information. So one of the things the Royal Commission did was really illuminate a lot of information, a lot of resources, a lot of research that we didn't have access to before. And I think it would be remiss of us to go back the other way with this really important commission.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that too, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, quickly. Yep.
Yeah, fully support Renee's comments there. I mean, the Commissioner is going to produce inquiries and reports. The question is whether they'll be held in confidence or made public, depending on the nature of the review. So that's the first thing. And if they are held in confidence or not made public, then an annual report, or at least some sort of reporting to the Parliament, which is open to the public, which will be able to be scrutinised, is really important to give that confidence. The the commissioners doing their job. Thank you.
Yeah. As mentioned in the opening statement, we called for an annual report to Parliament and in our submission, and as well as that, progress reports for longer investigations.
All right, thanks a lot. Okay, now I was going to have just a couple of questions before we then move on to our next block. And just moving slightly and from earlier question I'd asked in the previous panel, what do you envisage, the three of you, as sort of the main priorities of the Defence and Veterans Service Commission to be in these next couple of years since operation? And happy to start with you, Renee, and then to Dr. Mark, and then John.
Thank you. I think what's really important for this commission in its first few years is to monitor the implementation of not only the Royal Commission recommendations, but the Royal Commission also left little nuggets of things all throughout their report, clear things, and I'll draw on volume 6, that's the most relevant volume for our area, but they talked about initiatives that are underway for families, and we roll all the way back to the first part. Why is it important for families to be included in this? Is because otherwise we're not going to there's not going to be a mechanism to make sure that, for example, DVA includes a postvention program for families and that it appropriately expands the definition of families to make sure that that's done. DVA said they were going to do it. The Royal Commission talked about the importance of monitoring that. So I think it's about actually picking out of the reports the things that need to be monitored next to the recommendations and actually holding accountable the responsible authorities to start with. And then I think secondary to that is obviously the previous panel did talk about ultimately were any of them successful. I think the Royal Commission also talked about how across the Five Eyes countries this is an area where all of us are trying to work, all of us are trying to reduce the incidence of suicide, but no one's actually been able to find the thing that works. So I think that this Royal Commission provides us with an opportunity to really say, well, did these things work? How is the incidence of suicide amongst the veteran community going? And then, coming all the way back, of course, starting to monitor and inquire into some of the pretty big statistics that have been sitting with us for some time around the mental health and wellbeing of veteran families and their increased risk of mental illness and suicidality in our Australian community.
Right. So from the FWA point of view, obviously the Royal Commission recommendations has got to take the priority because that's a huge standing workload. But and there are some particular areas in that where we would like to see focus given. However, one of the things is an ongoing thing that's got to be perfected is getting decent metrics. At the moment, the only metrics we have are number of claims in the backlog and the clearance rate. Now, that's just pure statistics of claims. And what constitutes a claim? Is it a claim for one condition or is it a claim that's got about 5 or 6 conditions in there? The fact that the backlog is going down makes no mention of whether the claim is satisfactorily resolved. How many claims result in being appealed? How many don't get appealed because the veteran's so knackered going through the whole process that they don't want to have anything more to do with DVA? Do claims put in by individuals have more chance of success than those done by assisted by the free advocates offered by the ESOs? Or what about these paid advocates? Do they have a greater success rate than others? At the moment, we've got no figures on these whatsoever. And there are other areas which really need to be having a look at because the performance indicators at the moment are the bureaucratic performance indicators that you can say, yes, we've got all of these claims and we're getting through them at this rate, or there's a huge backlog and all the rest of it. But there's no performance indicators there indicating with a customer focus, with a veteran focus, how satisfied are the veterans with the quality of the whole process. And that's an area that we can't measure improvements in any area until we start gathering metrics, and we really need to work on that. And that's something that has got to be agreed across the community. It's not just bureaucratic claims successes that's relevant. It's the whole community has got to be involved in that.
Dr. Lax?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. You asked for my top three. It won't surprise you that I'm going to focus on the families issue. I would suggest the most important one is post-vention resource development and funding of those programs. While that might be focused at the veterans or the recently retired veterans, it will flow onto the families, and that's really important. The other one would be improved support and communication for families, which was a regular comment by the commissioners received from the case studies that they heard, that families were being kept out of the loop regarding what was happening to do with discharge procedures, transition, support for transitioning veterans and so forth. And the establishment of a Veteran Wellbeing Agency, which was recommendation 87, which was agreed in principle. So that again is something we see that if it helps the lives of veterans, by default it's going to have to help the lives of their families. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed. And I guess my next follow-on question was about how you see the Commission benefiting families, and I think you've touched on that to some extent there, Dr. Lax. But I might go back to Renee and John on that. So what do you envisage this Commission will do to help benefit families?
It's a hard one because, again, I go back to my earlier point. I still feel we're at the starting blocks for families. I think some of what this Commission can do is really illuminate the issues that families are facing and help to strengthen a lot of the advocacy that, all of our organisations are doing to raise their profile and to create champions in the system for them. I think we have a long way to go when it comes to providing support for all families of veterans, not just those who have had a service-related illness, injury, or then subsequent passing. I think this Commission can put them on the agenda in a way that they've been unable to be put on the agenda. And I think that is the biggest thing this Commission can do, which will then lead to systemic reform across our sector.
Yeah,
John?
what I'd like to see is I made a plan that they should be in scope for any inquiry and the impact of things on families. One of the areas that gets neglected because it's in the too hard pile is those for current serving members and families, and they get moved around interstate. And the families rely on state-provided services for health, education, a whole range of things, and they often childcare, and they often go down at the bottom of the heap, or the waiting list for that when people get moved interstate, and it's a state issue, and it's got to be looked at across the board by the Commission. And what I would like to see is pushing for concerted efforts through the Veterans Minister Council to get more alignment and more consideration of veterans and serving people as they move interstate and they're resettling. And at the moment, there's too many areas where families miss out. They get posted at Christmas time and bang, they're into a new area, and they can't get into a decent childcare because of the waiting lists at the receiving thing. There's all sorts of little areas like that where it's been out of scope of the Commonwealth entities and therefore neglected.
Well, thank you very much. And can I just thank the three of you for making time to appear before this very important inquiry and also before the committee. It is real appreciative that you were able to lend about 45 minutes of your time and make that contribution. And I want to thank you for the work that you all do for our veterans and their families. On that note, we have to suspend briefly, but I just do want to remind all our witnesses, if there were any questions that were taken on notice, answers need to be provided by 9 a.m. on Wednesday, the 20th of August, so Wednesday this week. We'll now suspend briefly and get our next panel of witnesses ready for senators. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Sorry?
Yes, we're ready here.
Okay, excellent. All right. Okay. Now, welcome back, everyone. We now move on to our next panel of witnesses before the committee. And I understand that the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses given evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to our next panel. Ms. Finney, Ms. Brown and Mr. Lindgren, is that right? Yep. And for the Hansard record, could I ask that you all state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And we might start off with the online witness first and then our two in Canberra.
Michael Brown. I'm an
you're
ex-serving member, veteran.
Appearing in a private capacity, is that correct?
Yes.
Correct. Excellent. Thank you. And our other two witnesses in Parliament House.
I'm Julianne Finney and I am the mother of deceased veteran Dave Finney, who served for 20 years in the Royal Australian Navy.
My name's Ian Lindgren. I started the day representing myself, but I find now that over 60 veterans have asked me to represent them today, along with a number of organisations such as the Perth-based Veterans Emergency Services and Police Industry Institute, Pro Patria Centre Wagga, and people such as Phil Pike and the peacekeeping organisations down in Tasmania, and an anonymous veteran, and a local by the name of Amanda McHugh, and quite a number of others that I won't go on with, otherwise it'll take too much time.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks to the three of you for making time to appear before this committee and its inquiry. Now, did any of you have an opening statement that you'd like to make this afternoon? Okay, so two of you do. Do you, Mr. Brown?
Yes,
All
I
right,
do.
I might start off with you, Mr. Brown, and then we'll go back to Canberra. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to address the inquiry. My name is Michael Brown. I'm a veteran, 32 years service to the Royal Australian Air Force, and I've deployed to MFO Sinai, Cambodia, East Timor, Solomon Islands and Iraq. Although I did not personally appear before the Royal Commission, I commend the government for funding and establishing it, extend my gratitude to the commissioners, participants, and particularly the families who courageously shared their experiences, and it's through their testimony that we have the opportunity to achieve meaningful change. This is not wasn't part of my initial opening statement, but I do, for PTSD, I do not like the word disorder, but I do suffer from that and a few other ailments. And if it wasn't, and I mentioned, and I just heard just previously with your previous people that family was quite important. You know, if it wasn't for my family, and particularly my wife, who did every day of 32 years service, if it wasn't for them, I probably wouldn't be sitting here today. So I do thank them as well. One of the most significant outcomes of the Royal Commission was Recommendation 122, the Establishment of Defence and Veteran Services Commission, to provide independent oversight and evidence-based advice to government. The intent was clear: independence and trust must be at the core of this oversight body. However, on reviewing Schedule 9 of the proposed legislation, it's apparent that several provisions do not fully reflect the Royal Commission's intent, while some sections, such as 110, I'll use just the normal terminology, ZJA, 110ZJB and 110ZJD, correctly emphasise the Commissioner's independence. Others undermine it. Specifically, Section 110 ZFB allows the Minister to request the Commissioner to undertake inquiries or provide advice, and this creates dependency that compromises independence. The fine print requiring the Commissioner to comply with such ministerial requests directly contradicts the principle that oversight should be free from government direction. The fact that the Commissioner is appointed by the Minister rather than by the Governor-General further weakens the perception and reality of independence. I did a quick little search and found that the word independent appears more than 50 times across the Royal Commission documents relating to Recommendation 112, and its meaning is clear: free from outside control and not subject to another's authority. Any legislation that dilutes these principal risks betraying the trust, pretty important, that veterans placed in the Royal Commission and by extension in the government. I must also say that some of this information I was able to gain from Mr. Lindgren, and I thank you for that. Conclusion: I think Mr. Lindgren would be better versed in this, but I'll do it. The redevelopment of oversight legislation is a rare opportunity to rebuild trust between government and the veteran community. That trust cannot be achieved through rushed processes or partial adoption of recommendations. It requires genuine consultation, transparent design, and fidelity to the Royal Commission's intent. Veterans have already endured one betrayal through Schedule 9. We cannot afford another. The lives of future veterans, the memory of those that we have lost, demand that oversight legislation serves veterans' interests, not government convenience. And for that reason, I respectfully urge the government to rescind this legislation rather than amend it, and to recommit developing a truly independent model through transparent consultation with the veteran community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'll go to the other two in Canberra, Mr. Lingrid, and then Julianne, I'll come to you. If you provide us with, I know you've provided us with already a written opening statement, but anything you'd like to add in that would be awesome too. You have the call?
Oh, I've got the call,
Yep.
sorry.
Yep. I just thought to be following on from what Michael just said.
Not a problem. Thank you, Senators, for allowing me to appear here today. All those that I'm representing have asked me to remind everybody that lives depend on what we do here today. Since the Royal Commission's final report, the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare project that approximately 96 veterans have taken their own lives. And behind each of that number is a destroyed family. In addition to that, there are approximately 135 other Australians affected. That brings it to a total of 12,960 Australians now living with loss since September last year. The Royal Commission cost $200 million, and whilst it delivered a number, in fact 122 recommendations, the most critical recommendation, according to Commissioner Nick Caldas, was 122, and that is the independent oversight to send a clear signal that the Australian government recognises the gravity of this crisis and values the lives of veterans, those who serve the country and their families. Yet Schedule 9 was designed without consultation. It bypassed the lower house, entering the Senate, perhaps hoping to slip through on bipartisan goodwill. Today we'll be reviewing amendments, or you'll be reviewing amendments, on the Accountability Act. And that Act itself had no great accountability in its creation. It would appear two people created it. And that's no criticism, because that's how it starts. But it's got to be more than two people. This should not be the final report on this task. The final report should occur after the Commission has been transparently designed, by specifications that have been laid out by the Royal Commission, implemented and then become operational, and its performance able to be measured. Veteran suicide rates are not just continuing, they are accelerating. You have a clear choice: accept Schedule 9, which has been rushed, unconsulted, and it's inadequate, or demand what veterans and their families and those with lived experience deserve, which is genuine consultation, proper design and oversight. To put a human cost on the work that's been done this month, it's estimated that thus far 6 people have taken their lives. And that equates to 1,620 affected people. And by the time this report is complete and moves through the Senate, there'll be an equal number of people. That's a lot of affected people. We urge you, and I say we, because although I started the day by myself, there is now a lot more that have asked me to represent them. We ask you to rescind Schedule 9, start again, don't throw good money after bad, don't just do something for something's sake, do it well. The question isn't whether you can afford to act, it's whether Australia can afford to lose another veteran to a system you might choose not to fix. Thank you.
Thank you. And Julianne?
Yep, I understand that there are good people everywhere, and it is not my place to call out people individually. I've received a lot of condolences and apologies for what I've been through, but that does not mean that I accept gaslighting, incompetence, laziness and hidden agendas that benefit politicians, the Australian Defence Force and the Department of Veteran Affairs or any ex-service organisation. We are here specifically to save the lives and ensure the well-being of veterans and those that serve. When the former PM begrudgingly called for a Royal Commission into veteran suicide, I completely backed an Albanese government. I'm now unsure if he has made a complete U-turn on his promises or if he is just unsure of what his ministers are actually doing, especially when it comes to reform. More than 3 years of Royal Commissions into defence and veteran suicide hearings, and the outcome has been some amazing recommendations that, if implemented with the intent and in the spirit of the Commissioner's words, may go a long way to saving the lives of those who have served this country. In December 2024, the Labor government announced the first of the implementations from the interim report. It was lies and we were gaslit in a major way. There was no consultations. They were information sessions that I attended quite a few of. Without a doubt, the Vet Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 224 will cause more suicides. It is clear to grassroots and lived experience veterans and many others. When this information came out, I cried. I cried not just for myself, but I cried for the families of veterans who are going to go on and experience my grief. And during this time, I was urged to take a break that I did not need, and I was treated as though I was unstable, and I was accused of bullying with tears, because to some, tears are scary. I'm Dave's mum, and so for your comfort, I will remain stoic before you today to make you all as comfortable as possible. The Vet Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024 is quite literally a killer. To compensate for the lack of questioning and the zero consultation on info sessions, and in order to guillotine the bill without further ado, Schedule 9 was snuck in to appease all of Parliament, and senators all went along with it, reassuring many of us that we would have a Senate inquiry. Now here I am with 10 minutes or less to assure you that the legislation and this schedule fall well short of anything that will save lives, well short of the Commissioner's intentions. Veterans continue to be profiled and put in the dangerous category, often effectively silenced. I will not stand by and watch the silence it kills. I am not aware of any DVA employee being physically harmed. I may stand corrected, but I am aware of thousands of serving members being harmed. We must all be aware that the victim is not the abuser. Veterans are the victims of institutional, personal and financial abuse, amongst other abuses. Why does this government seem intent on reversing the victim and the abuser? I noticed on a Facebook post by another witness that the chair of this hearing had asked that we discuss what has changed for veteran community since Schedule 9 became legislation. Is it working and does it need improvement? I can only hope that this was a misunderstanding of the witness. They are not questions that can be answered. I would like to draw your attention to a submission by Vets We Forget to this inquiry, a submission which brought together the former Interim National Commissioner, lawyers, a chaplain, lived experience, family members, academics and members of ESOs. This group, chaired by myself, came together over days to form a template for an independent body for the Royal Commission. It was accepted by the Royal Commission. It is detailed and it is complete. We must have a completely independent body that is not associated in any way with the defence portfolio. Defence can no longer mark their own homework. We cannot have DVA pulling this. They have... the body may hold not only the Parliament to account, but may also hold Defence and DVA accountable for malfeasance, administration that a reasonable person would believe results in death. That I have seen no accountability from anyone for the death of my son, for the deaths of all these that I hold before you, that I put here. We talk about 3,000 suicides, but there are thousands more of ideation, planned and attempted. We don't want any more words. We must all answer to a lack of workable reform action. I also want to speak to the government on government consultation with ESORT, who has a lot to do with this legislation coming out. I have tabled a document that I will speak to when the opportunity arises. We must try a different approach to that which we have tried and failed at for decades and continue to try the same things. Perhaps if we had listened years ago, many of us would still have our loved one. There's thousands of them. We must give serving members and veterans somewhere to go when all else fails, and that is not to the Minister. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just all three of you, I'm assuming you're all happy to table those other statements you provided, as well as other ones earlier in the day? Yep, okay. Okay, now Senator Lambie, are you there online? You have the call. You have the call, Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing here today. A lot of loom and gloom there. I'm not sure that's helpful for the future. I'm not sure going back to scratch and going back to start and choosing people who should or shouldn't be on the table is going to assist in the future of veterans. That's the first thing I'll say. Second thing I'll say and ask is, how many of you have gone to go to KCs, have been to lawyers, have been to firms to have this legislation looked at?
I have actually been to lawyers to have it looked at, and also this week I called Commissioner Cowdhouse just to make sure that I was on the right track with what I was thinking. I've also met with the Interim Commissioner, Michael Manthorpe, to make sure that I understood his remit. I've also, on this board that put Vets We Forget, the interim body together, I had the two well-known veteran lawyers, as well as the former Interim Commissioner, Dr Boss, as well as others.
And they've all looked over the legislation, the bill?
It looked at it as it before it was legislated, yes, but when it was coming in, yes.
Do you know if there was any submissions put in by those people into this thing? I don't recall seeing
only on Vets We Forget, which they were all informed that they had that was being put forward as a submission to this inquiry, and they were agreeable to that. Their names are in it. It's called Vets We Forget, but their names are all in it.
Okay, and what's wrong with the legislation?
What's wrong with the legislation is there are so many caps. It is going to work out worse for veterans. We are putting in compensation to ex-partners, which is just ridiculous. DVA does not look after ex-partners. DVA, and we're changing the name of a severe impairment payment. Severe impairment payments, so someone with Merca with 80 points, and they at the moment get compensated unless they are deceased. If the veteran is deceased, the name changes to an eligible young person's payment. It is a compensation payment, not a payment for the child, and now we will cause marriage breakdowns. Have no doubt that somebody who is not getting on too well, and say with 3 children that are eligible young people, and I brought this up with everyone in December. I couldn't get anyone, but now I've looked at it legislatively and legally. This is absolutely bringing the family court into DVA. They were never there for the family. That comes under different things, and we're going to be paying compensation to ex-partners who have custody of the children. The caps are also, and the offsetting are absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, so, but for people to have a second set of eyes on this, you'd need a Veterans Solid Commissioner to be able to do that. We're now just at the interim one. The new one will be starting at the end of September.
Yes.
I think the biggest issues that I'm hearing is, first of all, the selection process on who should have that job, and also the concern about how many people should be working in that office. You know, the other stuff has been stuff that's been going on, and they are one of the 123 recommendations in that Royal Commission. But I would really like to hear about the National Commissioner and where people's thoughts are there, and whether or not anything is wrong with that bill. Because once it goes through, it goes through. It is simple as that. So I'm not sure whether you heard me in the first go there, but I was talking about its the transparency and its accountability, because at the moment, there is no regular reporting or requirement for public disclosures of findings. And I would have thought, just hopefully we would be talking about making sure this legislation and those sort of things change, because right now that is what we're all throwing our weight behind. As much as everything else is important, but right now I need to make sure that this Veterans Commissioner is stacked up with everything it possibly needs to do its job, so everything else reduces off those findings and off them holding them accountable. So I don't know about you guys, but one of my biggest worries is we already haven't got accountability for the simple reasoning it doesn't require regular reporting. You know, I mean, this is it, or public disclosure of findings. That tells me we're going back to the good old days. The good old days of we'll just cover things up. So I'm really hoping you guys will just bring it back to the bill, because we are really dealing with that today.
Okay, but that's what I am talking about. That bill does not belong in the legislation, in the Harmonisation and Simplification bill. It doesn't belong there. That bill should be completely separate from the legislation and come under a completely separate entity. It should no way be shoved in there and have no consultation with... I don't pretend to be anything other than Dave's mum, but I do pretend to want to save lives. And this, like you said, there is no reporting structure and there is no accountability, as we have done for years and years and years. No accountability for anything that goes wrong for those that have served this country.
Senator, if I may, everybody is leaping to solutions without doing the planning beforehand. And we all want to have outcomes as quickly as we can. But in order to get to the outcomes, we've got to go through a project management methodology that governs the establishment of this new commission. Now, it's got to be transparent. It's got to be it's got to be an independent statute that stands by itself. It can't one day be part of the Vets bill and then, the next day we find it underneath the Defence Act. It keeps it within the defence portfolio. There is one and only one test to identify whether this has been successfully treated so far in accordance with the Royal Commission's wishes, and that is it totally independent? And it's not. You don't have to borrow down any further. So once we've established that, what we do is we identify a project with good governance, with stakeholders belonging from Senate, lower house, veteran community, lived experience and other stakeholders, and we design what needs to be done. We don't try to fix everything, but we try to fix those things that are affecting us the most immediately, and which have been some of the questions that have been asked before. There's a methodical way to do it. There's a very slow methodical way to do it, but there's also a very fast way to do it.
Yeah, would you like to also bring in those other 300,000, 3,500 earth service organisations that always want to have their speak at the table too, Mr. Newman, because we're never going to get anything resolved.
That's exactly it. We need to be able to...
I think, well, I'm like many, and I'll say it out there, I think they're getting sick of the negativity. We'd like to see change, and I just think going back and hammering just because there's a couple of things you don't agree with or whatever, I just don't think that's helpful. I have no other questions for either of them, for any of them. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Senator Lambie. Senator Sherridge, you there? Excellent.
I am.
Well,
thanks, Chair.
Sorry, Senator Sherridge, you have the call.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, thanks everyone for their submissions, and to Julianne and everybody. Let's make this a frank and genuine exchange, and I think that's... I've always appreciated those exchanges with all of you. I think... Can we just start by acknowledging this legislation kind of got rushed, did unquestionably get rushed through and took a lot of people by surprise. And that's not a great starting point after a couple of years of process with the Royal Commission. And I'm hearing that. I heard it at the time, and I'm still hearing that. Is that a fair starting point, Ian?
Yes, it is, Senator. And today, I would have today probably 40 comments on various social media channels that state that.
Yeah, and I heard it at the time, and I think anyone who was listening heard it at the time, that it was being rushed through, and this process was put on to try and to pick up some of that anxiety and to try and have a productive way forward. You know, noting just how wrong-footed so many people felt at the time. Have you had the benefit of listening to some of the other submissions that we've had today? So can we just run through some of those things? The direct appointment by the Defence Minister without any external checks, that's a red rag, you know, to many people. I assume some of those concerns at least are being shared by the witnesses now.
Yes.
Yeah, Julianne, let's try and be productive and think about a way forward. I mean, I get your fundamental point. You would not start here. So no, let's assume that's taken as a given. You wouldn't start here, but we are here. So to fix this, to make it have the kind of integrity and independence that you would want, and you would want as David's mum, having it appointed by Cabinet, having that process go through a multi-party committee which has to endorse and concur.
I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding in how difficult I don't want to make this. We could have as a starting point the National Commissioner, the legislation. It was working. People, after they met Dr. Boss, there was initial reluctance to meet with her. But after that, her interim report that she did was very good and not unlike that of the commissioners. She was listening, and as people met her in groups, they began to trust her. I think the initial problem was that a lot of people thought she was friends with a Defence Minister at the time, and there was no trust. That trust was built. The legislation looked pretty good and people were pretty happy with it. And in fact, a lot of people fought against a Royal Commission to keep that National Commissioner as it was. We need something ongoing. I don't want to make this difficult, but certainly I do not want to see this no consultation and here's what you got, that's it. Because none of this, even the title, works towards what we were here for in the first place, which was suicide, ideation, planning, attempts, completion. We really need to start there.
Yeah, thanks, Julianne. Mr. Brown?
Sorry. Probably not to your point. I have an issue with trust with government, as many veterans would. I think just very quickly, and I do apologise for cutting in on a very important subject like suicide. That is the most important. But trust also needs to be built. I can remember Minister Keogh getting on the TV and telling us that claims within 55 days. Well, that's just so far from the truth. Mine's been going now for 2 years, I think just over 2 years. It's been some of my claims have been approved and will now be another year before it even goes before the board. And every time I touch DVA, I say, I'm sure you guys are just waiting for me to die. That's a pretty poor indictment on trust, on the way that the system works. And DFRDB is another one where right from the GEST report in the 70s, nothing's changed. Nothing. And they did us really wrong. All of the DFRDB recipients, they've really done us wrong. And the way that Defence Minister, the Defence people sold that to Defence people regarding, let's just give you some money and you'll never have to pay it back. Well, actually you do. It takes a lifetime to pay it back. Anyway, I'm sort of sidetracking, more about trust.
Well, Mr. Brown, I don't think you are sidetracking, and I think you pointing out that huge trust deficit shows why being scrupulous about process and ensuring independence, and it can't just be the Defence Minister's pick, will be critical for getting the support of veterans who have a low trust environment, don't they? I mean, that's why you go above and beyond to ensure there is that kind of independence. Yep. Mr. Lindgren, there are advocates for saying just abolish this and restart. There are other bunch of people who say, well, we've got it started, so let's try and make it as good as we can make it. There's one of the questions is, what do we do now? Do we wait 36 months, get a couple of reports and then fix it? Do you think there would be a benefit in moving fairly rapidly to ensure that if there is a commissioner appointed, that they have that kind of integrity and trust, and there's a process for that? Do you think if that happened as a result of this inquiry, those sorts of amendments, that would go some way to establish trust?
Senator, this is a question that vexes all projects worldwide. It's not just unique to ours, and I'm sure you know that one as well as I do. I think the best approach is to take the world's best practice approach to a problem like this, and we've got the issues that have plagued the AFP, ASIC, and many others to show us what happens when you keep investing into something that wasn't designed properly in the first place. I think that it needs to go back and be designed under good governance with all the people that we all just mentioned, to give them that trust. To give them that trust and say the government really values us. The government really values lived experience people. At the same time, you can have a modification to these traditional process-driven project management approaches, and I would support an appointment of someone to take carriage, because someone's got to be the decision maker, a single body, and I would support that. But underneath that, then we have good governance, and I won't go into that too far because it'll bore everyone to tears. But I think it's a necessary evil to get the outcome, because what cost a life? What cost 3,000?
Yeah, and then the thought that every day we don't do everything we can to fix it, the thought of that in the cost of lives, I think, making submissions to put this committee on notice about that is absolutely critical. Julianne, can I just ask you about some of the other submissions have said, despite so much of this work being supported by families, so much of what the Royal Commission heard being driven by families' experience, often left to pick up the pieces or support and keep care going, the absence of families in the legislation. You probably heard from some of the earlier witnesses, their very strong support to say, if you're going to have this kind of commission, you're going to say, reach out, implement the Royal Commission recommendations, stop suicides, you have to point them directly, specifically in the legislation to families. And what's your thoughts on that?
So the Defence Minister, the Chief of Defence, has just signed a covenant for families to agree to look after them. I do not believe that compensation needs to cover anyone but veterans within DVA. Anything else that's outside can either go through Centrelink, Family Court, etc., because it is the Department of Veteran Affairs. So with families, sure, there needs to be support, and I've attended the peak body forums and the wellbeing forums, and the paid advocate had a little bit to do with that as well. And families absolutely need to be supported on posting with childcare, with finding a different job every time. They need to be heard when their veteran or serving member is not doing well. But
Julianne, should that be in the legislation? Should the Commissioner be told expressly, you have an obligation to consult with and see that families are given those kinds of, and it should say families in the legislation?
Not my area of expertise. I've followed everything so closely, and I'm not family. Not according to anything. In fact, I wanted to bring in today and show you in the 6.5 years I've been fighting, last couple of weeks ago got a little badge with a photo of David on it, and notwithstanding the people that have been wonderful to me, that is the first thing I've ever got from DVA. They asked me, did I want help? I'm not even on their books. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not here for myself. I'm here for my son.
Julianne, I 100%, and I've always respected that fundamental commitment that you have to be here for David and David's memory. So this is not fair for me to press on you this anymore. So I might go to Mr. Brown or Mr. Lindgren on the is it appropriate? Should it have an express reference to families in the Commissioner's remit? Mr. Brown?
Okay, well, as I mentioned earlier, yes, I do. I think there should be, yes. I think family is one of the most important things in our service, in our community, in our veterans community. And as I said before, if it wasn't for my family, my wife, I may not be sitting here today, and I'm serious when I say that. So, yes.
Well,
yes.
She probably can't hear that enough, Mr. Brown, so thanks for putting that on the record. Mr. Lindgren?
My answer would be very same as Michael's. If it wasn't for my wife, the 18 years of absolute agony over my whole body and not being able to wear clothes without pain, and her having to put up with my irritation and abuse and desire to end it all. You can't get ahead without your family. Your family is there when you, and this is the whole. This is where the veteran and family, the defence and veteran ecosystem comes into play, Senator. It comes into play from day one at your recruit training or officer training establishment. You might start by yourself, but very soon you'll have, say in my case, a girlfriend who's now my wife, and your family grows and you rely on them every day, so it should be in there. And they protect you, they ground you. They're the ones that tell the psychiatrists what's really happening.
Can I just ask, if you were to put a test for this committee, now one test for this committee is we adopt all of your recommendations uncritically and just impose them, and I'm sure you'd all like that. Almost no witness gets that out of an inquiry. But if we were going to, we write a report and we look at our report, what should the test for this committee be? Mr. Brown?
There could only be one answer for that, no more suicide. Is that unrealistic? I guess it probably is, but I mean, that's what this is about. And so no more suicide, no more loss of our people, valuable people.
Can I
just
add to that? When he said no more suicide, is it reasonable? We have to go for zero suicides, because if we don't, we're not doing our best. It's as simple as that. It doesn't matter what the answer is to that, we have to go for zero.
All right. Mr. Lindgren?
The test would be, Senator, that the committee understands that an approach has been taken which was not the intent of the Royal Commission, and it fails. And we need to expend the effort to right that wrong. And that takes moral courage and leadership to do, and we have that in this room.
So it starts with not forgetting what the ultimate goal is, which Julianne says is zero suicides. That should be the ultimate goal, and we should never stop striving for that. And then not being afraid to tell hard truths about the process and where we need to go from here, and to face up to that, sort of frankly, in any report we do, and ground our recommendations in those hard truths.
this is true. I mean, a lot of people find it hard to state what they really feel for fear of losing a position on a illustrious committee, for example. I don't. I know you don't. And it's leadership. People need to be able to do that, and that's what's got to be displayed, and that's why when I gave my evidence at the Royal Commission, I suggested that a hybrid approach be taken where the strengths of the public service and the strengths of private industry are brought together so that things can move rapidly and yet have methodology.
I note the time, Chair.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Senator. Now, Senator McLaughlin, do you have any questions?
Yes, I just have one for those before us. We've had a very interesting discussion, an important discussion around independence and accountability of a commissioner. Do you have any thoughts on going forward how much involvement you'd want your parliament to have? And by that I mean, what regular reports being given to Parliament or parliamentarians having opportunities for say. I'm not expecting a technical answer, but just how you feel, because one of the things about putting it into a commissioner, which has been legislated, is how much oversight, but also how much debate in the two houses of Parliament, which is very public. And I'm interested whether you have any reflections on that, having gone through the difficult process of a Royal Commission and advocacy from the three of you.
I personally can't say that I've thought about that, so rather than take up your time, I'd rather leave it to the other two. Thank you.
I've thought about it, Senator. I've documented it. I've written to the Minister and a number of other people. I think right at the moment, I haven't revisited lately, but I think there are 31 departments, 16, 17 secretaries. And I'm sorry, I've just lost my train of thought for a second there. Could you just hit me with the question again?
Well, it's really about how much interaction, I suppose, with Parliament,
yes,
or involvement with Parliament.
Now I'm back online. I think that you would find that through a investigative process, as people as the Commission is designed, you would find that the Commission would identify which one of those 31 departments have interaction with the defence and veteran community, and I would say it's probably just about all. And then there would be some rolling reporting, I'm just suggesting, once a year for each of those departments, maybe more for one or two that have a greater interaction with the defence and veteran ecosystem. That's been the depth of my thoughts on it. I've just defined it a number of times.
Ms. Finney?
Yeah, I'd like to see the independent commissioner reporting to Parliament, letting people know what's going on, building trust, knowing that we're doing something about those things, and that includes implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any other questions.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that, Senator McLaughlin. Can I just once again say thank you to our three witnesses before us, and thank you for making time to appear before the committee. Certainly welcome that you've made time to share your knowledge and also your evidence with the committee today, and making time to appear before it this afternoon. If there were any questions that were taken on notice, the Secretary will be in contact with you. The answers do need to be provided by Wednesday this week at 9 a.m. But on that note, once again, thank you very much for making time, and we'll now suspend and come back at 3:30 p.m. ASTE. Thank you very much, everyone. See you in about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I now like to welcome the interim head of the Defence and Veterans Services Commission, Mr. Michael Manthorpe, and representatives from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Now, Mr. Manthorpe, are you able just to, before I get to you, let me just read out this note as well, that the Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department or the Commonwealth or state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to a superior officer or to a minister. The resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which the request that the answer be given, which is so claimed. And if the committee determines to insist on answer, a witness may request that the answer. It's probably my notes from there, but anyway, we might insist that an answer be given based on the response given to the grounds. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and a copy of that order is available from the Secretariat. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses given evidence to the Senate committee has been provided to you. Now, as I was just about to say, for the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and anyone else in the room that is with you today, please?
Yes, thanks, Senator. And first of all, I do apologise for the technical glitch we just experienced, but hopefully we're okay now. So Michael Manthorpe, Interim Head of the Defence and Veterans Services Commission, and with me are Ms Frances Finney, Ms Natasha McNamara and Ms Kim Williams, who are working with me here in the team that is standing up the Defence and Veterans Services Commission.
Okay, very good. Now, did you have an opening statement that you needed to provide the committee, or you've already circulated one with the committee this afternoon?
Yeah, look, Senator, I have already circulated one on Friday.
And we're happy to table that?
Yes, happy to table that. And given that we've just lost a few minutes because of the technical issue, I'm happy just to get straight to questions if that's what you would like.
All right, thank you for that, Mr Manthorpe. Now, on that note, I'm going to hand the call over to Senator Lambie.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. I was just wondering, since you've been set up, Mr Manthorpe, how many staff, or how many staff, I guess, helpers were you allocated during this period of time, and whether or not you found any difficulties with that allocation, that number, whether you had enough or not enough, or what does that look like? And while you're at it, what is the standing up of the commission look like? What you've had to go through? I'm sure the veterans are just, if you could do a bit of a breakdown where you're at and where you think it's at by September, whether you're ready to go, ready to set up. Just hoping maybe you might get a bit of a vote of confidence out of you by giving you that time just to explain what that looks like, what that's meant, whether you've had enough staff, that sort of thing.
Sure. Thanks, Senator, for the question. So first of all, what this has looked like, it's been a really interesting and worthwhile journey and an honour to be involved in this work, I must say. The announcement, of course, the government made that it would accept recommendation 122 occurred about the back end of last year. I think it was December. And I was asked to come on board and commenced in the back end of January. So I work here on a part-time basis. And I have a team at the moment of about 10 or 11 people who are helping me. And we are busily doing the nuts and bolts and foundational work associated with standing up this new statutory authority from the 29th of September. We are on track to have the entity begin from that date. There is still going to be some growth required after that. But in terms of the sorts of things we've been doing, first of all, in the light of the fact that the legislation which the Parliament passed in February envisaged that there would be this review that the Senate is undertaking, and I was invited to make a submission to the review. In the light of that fact, I wanted to get out and meet as many stakeholders as I reasonably could in the time frame. There was, of course, as you would know, an election along that pathway. which slightly complicated things, but I and my team have been out and about as much as we have been able to in that fairly short amount of time to talk to folks. I wouldn't claim to have consulted every conceivable interest group or individual in that time frame, but we've certainly done what we can. And that consultation continues, and it's certainly led to and fed into the submission that we made to this inquiry and fed into the sorts of key recommendations that are in our submission about ensuring independence, about ensuring that the new entity, the Defence and Veteran Services Commission, has the necessary powers, the necessary capability to do its job going forward. So that's been one body of foundational work that we've been involved in. In addition to that, in the period immediately after the election, once the election outcome was known, we sought to engage with the re-elected government to start the work associated with, well, what's this body going to look like? What are its resources going to be? What's its budget going to be? How many people is it going to have? And so forth going forward. And we've been busily working on that. As well as a whole lot of nuts and bolts issues to do with ensuring that by the 29th of September we have a website, that by the 29th of September we're able to accept incoming correspondence and views and advice, and indeed people can already communicate with us, but we want to ramp that up. And we envisage growing some more in the coming months as we head towards the end of the financial year. So busily doing all the things you need to do to set up a brand new statutory authority from scratch in a short time frame, but we will be at least up and running in a fledgling way. I don't want to overstate it, but in a fledgling way by the 29th of September.
Mm-hmm. And when it's up and running, the people that are obviously going to be working with the Veterans Commissioner. Where was I going with that? Are they going to be? Do they need training or anything like this? Or are they? I'm just not sure what the setup looks like towards the end. Yeah. Are they going to come with already trained? Obviously, if they're dealing with investigations, I gather they're going to be ex-police or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Are they fitting into their purposes without too much training so we can get them moving?
The goal will be to have things moving quickly. We already have a team of, as I mentioned, 10 or 11 people. A couple of the people who are here with me today are legally trained, so they've been helping with the legislative side of all of this. I have a couple of people who work on communications and engagement. They're working on a website. And we will definitely need people who can undertake investigations and the like, and conduct the sorts of inquiries that the legislation as it stands already provides for. We will certainly be trying to recruit people who are trained to fit the range of skills that we'll need, and we will also be getting ourselves organised so that the future commissioner can engage with the wider community, whether that's with groups or individuals who, as the Royal Commission envisaged, are experts in the sorts of disciplines that are relevant to the work, be that the law, be that suicide and suicidality, or mental health, or military justice, or any number of other topics. So we'll need a blend of people, and we're working on that recruitment project now.
Also, I'm just wondering. I think you made something. I think it was your submission where you'd mentioned about obviously the lack of trust, I guess. And the lack of trust being that, first of all, the Department of Defence will be paying them, which I find absolutely absurd if that's not a conflict of interest in itself. And that, secondly, who's going to pick the next commissioner? Because I'm not sure whether you would have heard what I've done, but if you don't start with that right person to start with, we're already on the back foot, and we had enough with, and with all due respect to Miss Boss, and she did a fabulous job, but the way that she was actually picked did not give her a good start, and that was not fair on that commissioner either.
Yeah, I understand, Senator. Well, the first thing I should say about that is draw attention to my submission, which, among other things, recommends, and I know I've been sitting in for the last few hours listening to the earlier witnesses and their testimony, The first thing I'd say about that is my submission also goes to the point of ensuring that the person is appointed by the Governor-General through a due merit process, properly advertised, properly administered merit selection process. And also, just as important as the appointment process, I've also made recommendations to ensure that the person can't be easily terminated in the event that they might offend someone in the government of the day. I'm not suggesting that would happen with the current government or anyone in particular, but of course, you want to make sure if someone's going to truly provide independent advice that they're well selected and that they're not terminated for a trivial reason or an inappropriate reason. In addition, my submission also makes the case for the Commissioner to have genuine discretion, genuine independence in things like publishing regular reports, conducting own motion investigations and things of that ilk. So there's a number of things that I recommend that I hope will go some way towards addressing the point you've just made. And I should also say that my submission also goes to some length to talk through the need for and make the case for a standalone piece of legislation rather than a piece of legislation that is in effect a part at the back of the Defence Act. I think, given the significance of this body, the importance people have placed on it, the gravity of the issue, and just the importance of having a standalone independent commissioner, having a standalone act is a really important part of that story. So those are all contained in my submission to the committee today.
Yeah, I believe that standalone commission, I believe that what they're looking at 3 years for review. I mean, honestly, what are your thoughts on if it can stand alone quicker, then it should be put out there to stand alone. I would hope it doesn't take 3 years, that it's standing on its feet, let alone standing alone.
Yes, I agree with that, Senator. I would hope that that the standalone legislation can be given a priority in the much shorter time frame than 3 years. And now, obviously, I can't determine the parliamentary sitting calendar and what gets what priority, but I would like to see the creation of a standalone piece of legislation in this space be given a high priority, particularly so that, if possible, the substantive commissioner, when the recruitment process begins for that person, that the substantive commissioner can be appointed consistent with the concepts that we've just been talking about of, a proper recruitment process, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Thank you for that. I have one more question for you. I'm a bit concerned about the way that I've been told by law gurus out there is that the minister still retains the power to request inquiries. Well, good on them. I'd like them to refer inquiries to this sort of thing. That would be nice to see. But my problem is what happens if there's inquiries going on or doesn't want something sent there? What sort of safeguards does this bill have in place that the minister can't walk in and stop this? Is this why we need that independence and away from Department of Defence, DVA, or anything else?
Well, it's certainly why you need in my view, some parameters around the circumstances in which the minister can seek an inquiry. Incidentally, the proposition that the minister ought to be able to seek an inquiry is consistent with Chapter 30 of the Royal Commission's report. And had I sat here and read out my opening statement, I would have drawn attention to the fact that really, if you boil down the last 6 months of my work, as well as engaging with a bunch of stakeholders and doing a lot of internal work to stand the body up, if there's one thing I've referred to 100 times, it is Chapter 30 of the Royal Commission's report, because what effectively I and my team are trying to do is pick up Chapter 30, which was a very considered document informed by a lot of consultation that the Royal Commission itself did, and all the the good work that the Royal Commission did, and pick that up and ask, well, what would a piece of legislation look like that would do that, and what would an organisational structure look like that would do that? And so the Royal Commission did envisage that there might be times where the relevant minister thinks, hey, it'd be really helpful for the independent commission to look at a particular topic. And I think that's fair enough, so long as the minister also has regard to things like, well, what are the resources of the commission? Because you could get a situation, again, I'm absolutely not suggesting a current minister would do this, but you could get a situation where a minister essentially uses up all of the commission's resources by getting them to look at some sort of favourite topic at the expense of other things. So in my view, and my submission says so, the minister ought to have regard to the resources of the commission, the objectives of the commission and so forth in putting that request to the commissioner. All of that, of course, does not obviate the fact that the commissioner will also have to be doing reports about the implementation of the Royal Commission recommendations, and importantly, also ought to have at least the capacity to and the power to conduct own motion investigations of their own to enable matters to be looked at the Commissioner's discretion. So I think if you get all that right together, then you'll have a workable framework.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers. I have a feeling that Senator Shoebridge will be coming in with those legality questions now, and I'll let him take over. Go sweep the floor.
All right. Thank you, Senator.
So much. Thank you once again, Commissioner. I know you've taken time out for me and many others, so thank you, and thank you for your due diligence.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lambie. Now, Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Mr. Manthorpe. I think your submission's actually really helpful. I might just ask you, just for the benefit of the inquiry, to articulate very briefly, if you can, the consultations, who you've spoken with in order to come to the conclusions you put in your submission.
Yes, sure. Thanks, Senator. Look, I won't run through a whole list, but I've engaged with first of all, when I was appointed, the government's announcement indicated that I'd work across government, and so I have engaged with all of the likely suspects across government, defence, DVA, and a variety of other entities. So I've done quite a lot of that. I've engaged with a variety of the veterans' organisations. As I said to Senator Lambie, I wouldn't purport to have done every single one under the sun, but have reached out to as many as we've reasonably been able to do. And have also, earlier in the year, I wrote out with the assistance of the people in Defence, got a communication out to all serving members of the Defence Force and invited people to just to let them know we were here, and provided them an email box they could write to and things of that sort. And last but absolutely not least, I've also engaged with a number of the individuals who have suffered the profound tragedy of family suicide, and to say their testimony is powerful and stays with us as we go about the work would be an understatement.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, and for the team that supported you in being able to do that. One of the things that is clear to me is from your submission is throughout that consultation, the need to there's a trust deficit. That's my engagement with veterans and broader veteran community. There's a trust deficit there between them and government. Was that apparent in your consultations?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And so a number of your recommendations, particularly about the appointment of the first formal commissioner, once this legislation gets up and running, goes to a kind of, process, independence, structural matters to do the best we can to ensure that there is that trust in the first appointment. Do you want to talk us through your thinking there?
I'm not sure I've got much more to say beyond what I've just said to Senator Lambie. I think it's really important that there be a robust recruitment process. I think it's really important that that if possible, legislative amendments which I've suggested around recruitment and other terms and conditions
your category A
associated.
ones, your category A.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. It's important too that the position is appropriately remunerated so that you can attract a high calibre person. And so we've been through a process of engaging with the Commonwealth Remuneration Tribunal to have an appropriate pay rate struck before an ad goes out.
You referenced examples such as the NAC Commissioner, which has a kind of there's a process whereby it's not just the government's pick, it's not a cabinet pick, it's not a ministerial pick. They propose a candidate, but it requires the concurrence of a multi-party committee, parliamentary committee, before it can proceed to formal appointment. Again, we're talking an area of trust deficit. Do you think that kind of concurrence would be one way of gaining greater trust in the independence of the appointment?
Yeah, look, Senator, to be honest, I'm not sure I have a position on that one. It's not. I've observed during the course of this afternoon that you've asked a couple of witnesses about that, and it's not one that I turn my mind to, not specifically that process that I turn my mind to in preparing my submission. So I think I would certainly say, look, there are certain offices where that kind of process has been deemed to be appropriate. You mentioned the NAC. I think there is also a additional sort of process that goes to the Auditor, the Auditor General. But then there are a bunch of other oversight bodies that don't have that process, including the one I once served in as the Commonwealth Ombudsman. So I think that's really, I'd leave that as a policy question that government might want to consider, informed by whatever this committee comes up with.
Yeah, you propose, and I think a number of other witnesses have had looked at the powers of a commissioner, and you propose ensuring that they have all the powers necessary to do their job. They're broadly what you call Royal Commission powers. The Commission has. There's no specific body identified to oversight those powers. Have you had a thought about ensuring that we've got, like a Dr. Seuss Bee Watcher on board, somebody to oversight those powers?
Yes. Look, I think the first thing I'd say about that is I think it's incredibly important that the Commissioner be accountable, just like the Commissioner is going to hold other people to account. I think
you've suggested annual reports as a kind of fundamental thing, and some of those other accountability measures. I see that.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Annual reports, Senate estimates. If someone fails to uphold, yeah, no, you're right. Annual reports, Senate estimates. The Public Service Commission, the NAC, the police, and the entities have an oversight role of their different responsibilities, their different areas of activity, all ought to have a role here. I don't think, unless my memory fails me, I don't think I had suggested anything more than that in my submission, but it would be feasible to do more if that was deemed appropriate.
Yeah, no, I wasn't suggesting you did put it in your submission. I suppose I was asking, had you turned your mind to it? Because, Royal Commission powers in the right hands, exercised, judiciously, if you can do that with Royal Commission executive powers, can be incredibly important. But you need to ensure that, we don't design legislation or offices for angels, we design them for humans. And so some kinds of checks and balances, so if somebody feels aggrieved in that process, that there's somewhere that they know they can go. Do you think that might be an enhancement to the legislation to clearly allocate somewhere there?
It could be, but look, to be perfectly honest, I don't want to get too definitive about this. I haven't really thought it through. What we did when we were working through while we were working up our submission and consulting folks and so on, was we did have we were sort of scanning across, the NAC Act, the Ombudsman Act, the Auditor General Act, and so on, and trying to formulate what we thought was an appropriate setup. And through that analysis, I didn't arrive at a point that you're describing, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's a bad thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a multiplicity of options when you list that out, aren't there?
Yeah,
for that.
Precisely. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's something that at least this committee would do well to turn its mind to.
I wouldn't object to that, but I leave that up to you.
You've spoken about remuneration and adequate remuneration. The committee, the legislation requires a remuneration tribunal to consider that. Did you think that's an adequate?
Yes.
Yep. Good.
Yes, they have considered it, and I don't know whether I'm not sure whether there's I'm not sure I can say anything more publicly about that at this point in time, but I'm aware that they have considered it recently.
You've spoken about ensuring that ministerial references can't, in the wrong hands, can't undermine the core work of the Commission from a resourcing point of view. Some other submissions have pointed out that the Minister can refer a matter, and then the Minister can also, before a report is concluded, before it's presented, can just kill a referral without having to provide reasons, without the consent of the Commissioner, just a basic kill button. Had you reviewed that legislative provision?
I think while we were coming up with our submission, we were particularly concerned to ensure that at the front end of a ministerial referral, we couldn't be burdened with something that was impossible to achieve given the limited resources of the Commission, rather than the back end. But I think the solution to the back end is to ensure that the Commissioner has the power to undertake own motion investigations and publish things on their own volition if they think there's a public interest to do so. So my sense is that would be a way to obviate that risk.
If that power is granted to report to Parliament directly, to commence their own inquiry, and it was sufficiently broad to allow a Commissioner who might be aggrieved at the Minister's behaviour in that way to either conclude the inquiry in their own terms, off their own direction, or report to Parliament about it, that would you see that would cure that potential concern.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things to mention here that I think cover the risk you're raising. One is we've made the argument in my submission that it ought to be possible for the Commissioner to conduct own motion investigations and publish of their own volition. So not necessarily table in Parliament, but simply put something out there into the public. So just as an ombudsman can. I think the other point I would make is I raised the point or raised the idea in my submission that if the Commissioner feels that they are being in some way stymied by either the bureaucracy, the Defence Force, ministers or somebody from appropriately doing their work or from their work being appropriately given appropriate regard, if make a recommendation and it never gets done, that sort of thing, that the Commissioner ought to have a power to refer a matter to the Prime Minister so it receives prime ministerial attention. So that was a suggestion I included in the submission. So now whether that gets taken up or not by the Parliament or the government, I don't know. But I was searching for ways to ensure that the sorts of risks you've been identifying could be appropriately responded to.
And in terms of your suggestion of referring to the Prime Minister, would that be a public referral to a Prime Minister? Would it be a private referral, or would either option be available to the Commissioner in your eyes?
Well, I think the way we framed our submission, we weren't that specific. But if the Commissioner has the power to put something out publicly, then at least at the level of theory, you could imagine they could put out publicly that they had referred something to the Prime Minister.
They can refer and publish.
Yes, that's right.
And
now,
discretion.
You might say
they thought.
That's right. You might say you don't even need that power, that if the Commissioner can simply publish something of their own volition, they could presumably, if in some sort of extreme situation, publish a letter they might have written to the Prime Minister. But it was really just to try to signal that what we're trying to come up with is a robust set of arrangements, whether it's that or similar things that give the future Commissioner the levers they need, not to be stymied at every turn.
Well, one of the other recurring issues in the submissions is that, and it's come from, I've heard it repeatedly in the work that I've done in the veteran space for a number of years now, and it's been repeated in the submissions to this inquiry, is that families feel like, again, they've been sort of written out of this legislation. No reference to families, and it's consistent across the veterans legislation. Did you have, in your consultation, was that a theme that was presented to you?
Yes, it was. Probably in the later, more in recent months than at the beginning. But the short answer is yes. My response to that, I'm probably in two minds about whether the legislation needs to have additional language included in it to capture families in its scope. I say that because I think if I were the Commissioner, there is plenty of scope to look at issues that pertain to families if one is going to be seriously looking at how the other 121 recommendations of the Royal Commission have been implemented. So there are some recommendations that go directly to the experience of families, and many recommendations which, if implemented properly, will I hope, materially improve the experiences of families and their defence and veteran family members into the future. So query whether there needs to be something broader than that. But having said that, if that's the will of the Parliament, so be it.
Well, I mean, for my purposes, you're pushing against an open door when you make the observation that you couldn't do this work of the Commissioner without a deep and thorough engagement with defence families.
That's right.
If we start at that point, it seems unusual that families aren't included, and one of the options would be an inclusive definition of families, because family dynamics are complex and often bespoke to individual families, but ensuring that there's an inclusive definition of families so that the commissioner is directed to it, and a good commissioner would go there anyhow, but no harm in absolutely making it clear in the legislation. But it would also be an important signal to families, wouldn't it, that they had been seen?
Look, I think you raise a good argument, and that ought to be thought about. I think a good commissioner on the existing legislation and or on the legislation amended in the way I'm suggesting would have plenty of scope to look at issues pertaining to families, and there is already a considerable breadth of scope. So there is the sort of counter argument might be the broader you make something, the less likely it is to ultimately succeed. So that's just
we're a long way. When we're talking about defence families, we're a long way from broadening the scope beyond something that we think is reasonable. I think we curiously agreed only a few minutes ago that it would be critical to the work and essential to the work. So you wouldn't be broadening it beyond the work you'd already be expecting a competent, capable Commissioner of Integrity to do, would you?
Well, if that's right, then you get into a debate about whether do you need to amend the legislation or not. Look, I think it is incredibly important to have regard to the needs of families in this space, and whether or not a legislative amendment is needed to secure that outcome, I think is a question about which I don't know that I want to express a policy
position. I also don't want to get into a level debate here at the moment, but we also need to move on. Senator Lambie, you just want to jump in very quickly before I go to Senator McLaughlin. So
yeah, I just have a follow-up question. Obviously, we have there's just been a new family veterans advocate appointed. Is there any reason why she needs to be on the DVA and cannot bring her and her resources to work alongside you people? That office is already up and running. I just find it absurd that we're talking about family while we're not rolling that from there under to there. That was just I'm just something out there to think about. Honestly, while we've got a new advocate in there now, a new commissioner in that spot, why can't they work alongside each other? I would have thought that would be very helpful to really get started.
It'd be very helpful to work with that person. It'll be very helpful for the commissioner to work with a whole lot of stakeholders. That doesn't necessarily mean you'd put them in the commission. The commission is intended to sit above a whole lot of that and make sure that system is working. So whether you would broaden the commission's remit to include that office, or whether you just want to make sure that office is doing its job, is probably a different question.
Okay, thank you. Now, Senator McLaughlin. Are you there, Senator McLaughlin? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your submission. I'm interested in the time frame that you're working with and your recommendation for sort of amendments to or recommended changes to the current regulatory structures. Is there a deadline date that will, if Parliament does not make amendments, it will dramatically change your implementation timetable? For example, if we make certain amendments after a certain date, is there a drop dead date, where we need to finalise these things for your implementation team, or most of your implementation will remain unaffected and additional matters may need to be addressed? I'm coming from your perspective in trying to make this work at the same time as giving us insightful evidence about possible improvements.
Sure. Thanks, Senator. Look, I don't think there's a drop-dead date as such. The important point is that the legislation passed by the Parliament in February, despite the fact it needs, in my view, some improvements as outlined in my submission, and various others have put submissions, that legislation does enable the body to start. And if you're a glass half full optimistic sort of person like I try to be, then that's good, and the body can start on the 29th of September. I think it would be desirable if the legislation could be passed, or legislative amendments, standalone act, whatever can be done, passed as quickly as possible, particularly around the appointment and terms and conditions of the commissioner piece, to help reinforce the independence of the commissioner and buttress the way in which the recruitment process happens. But and the sooner the better. But I'm realistic enough to know that there are many other things competing for the Parliament's time.
If I understand your evidence, it could, depending on the nature of the responsibilities and the oversight of the commissioner, that would also have a dramatic effect, or an effect, on both their pay and terms and conditions. Different regulatory models may require a different type of skill set, from my understanding from estimates and various
that's possible. Yes, that's possible. It is the case that if the Parliament passed legislation that substantially changed the role of the commissioner, that you'd need to take a fresh look at how do you recruit the commissioner, what do you pay the commissioner, that sort of thing. So yes, it would be helpful for those sorts of things to be settled as soon as possible.
I just want to address the issue of perception of independence and independence, which is a thread of evidence coming through today. From your consultations, can you put a weight or a significance on the perception of independence? Because there has been significant. I come from a legal and technical background, and I can see the pros and cons of each structure. But if I was a veteran without a legal background, should I have cause for concern that the community will not be convinced? Did you have opportunity to reflect on that from your consultations?
Yes, and I think the steps that I've described in my submission are directed at trying to come up with the set of protections in the Act that deal with both real and perceived risk in that space. That's certainly been what I've been trying to do, and there might be other things that could be done. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't come from a point of view of criticism. I was more interested in what you took away from your consultations.
Sure.
One final question. There's been some submissions about starting as soon as possible, which everyone sort of agrees with, but within the framework that's been passed by Parliament. There is potentially a view that you wait to the review period. There's your view that we should address these issues as a result of your consultation and on making it the best possible in the shortest period of time, depending on the needs of Parliament, demands on Parliament. Can you just express to us why you think it is sooner rather than later to get these potential recommended amendments in place? It's a very broad question, I know, but I'm trying to wrap up, sort of give you an opportunity to summarise.
Yeah, look, thanks, Senator. It's a great question. Look, the first answer is there are still suicides, and the work has to be done to try and. This is all about a very grave topic, and we need to do what we can as quickly as we can to take the steps to mitigate that risk. Now, that result relies on a lot of people in Defence, DVA and elsewhere to do their part in implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission and so forth. But the sooner that this body can start to inquire into and start to get a handle on what has been done and what more can be done, the better. So I think the idea that what's the phrase? The perfect is the enemy of the good. The idea that the entity, fledgling as it may be, on the 29th of September, the idea that it gets up and running and starts doing work, starts reaching out to stakeholders. I hope by then there'll be a full-time, rather than me, part-time, a full-time acting commissioner, if nothing else, and a team that is growing, that I hope that the entity can get out there and engage with the community more deeply than we've been able to date. I hope that it can start assessing what's going on with the implementation of the Royal Commission recommendations, what can be said publicly about that, things of that ilk. I think that's really important, even if it takes some time to get the legislative settings absolutely perfect, and the full operation of the thing absolutely embedded. That's my sort of take on it.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Senator. Now, Mr. Manthorpe, I just had a couple of questions before we let you go. The first one I wanted just to kick off with was around families, and you would have probably heard some of the commentary earlier this afternoon around the important role that families play in supporting veterans and members of the ADF. And I guess for me, I just want to get a good understanding on the public record, how you see the benefits of the Commission, how they benefit families of veterans and members of the ADF.
Well, I think without repeating all of the conversation I had with, I think it was Senator Shoebridge on this topic, I would just say that I think that the breadth, I think what struck me when I started this work was the extraordinary breadth of the 122 recommendations. They touch on the lives of defence and defence personnel and veterans through the whole life cycle of commencement training through to deployment, discharge, and ultimately into the latest stage of life. And that breadth and all the array of things that the Royal Commission so studiously identified about the risks that breadth of that lifetime of activity can throw up, all bear, one way or another, bear on defence and veteran families, either directly or indirectly. And so I think there are plenty of hooks in the Royal Commission recommendations for the Commissioner to be able to take an interest in and assess over time and get the data and get the evidence about what is happening, not just to defence and veteran personnel, but also the implications of that and hopefully the benefits of that for families. So I think that's sort of how I see it. Now, I appreciate there's a conversation about whether the legislation should be broadened to more fully capture that, and that is open to be done. But I can see plenty of scope there as it currently stands.
Yes, and I guess from my perspective too, just want to get an understanding from you, like what progress has the Commission made during your time as Interim Commissioner? What have been some of the key, outcomes, I guess, that you'd like to place on the record?
Yeah, look, I don't want to overstate these. We haven't started yet, We start on the 29th of September, but I'm pleased and grateful to this committee, in fact, to have been able to make a contribution to the debate about the legislative foundations. We've been working on the financial foundations, the organisational foundations. There are a lot of moving parts you have to cover off in order to stand up a new statutory entity in a short time frame. We've got a great, if I may say, I'm supported by a terrific little team here, several of whom are going to transition into the new entity, and we've at least made a tiny start. But there is, I don't want to pretend we've chalked up a whole lot of runs on the board.
No, but that's what I'm trying to get to. I mean, these are important foundation blocks. Without these, you can't build a pyramid, right? So it's good to know that there's those conversations, or at least a good sense around what the structure looks like. Because for a lot of people, once the legislation has passed, then they're waiting for the start date. But there's a lot of work that happens that often doesn't get recognised in between.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And look, I think that's really it from my point of view.
Now, I know that the main focus of today has been on Schedule 9, and I just wanted to get a sense from you, like where do you think we could maybe make some can strengthen Schedule 9 to support the work that the Commission will do in the future? I know you've made a lot of commentary and there's been some submissions, but is there anything of note that you think, well, we've missed, or we should look at how we can strengthen Schedule 9 going forward?
Look, I think the main things I've already covered during my presentation today, thank you, around the steps envisaged in reinforcing the independence of the role, the notion of creating a standalone piece of legislation. I think that's incredibly important and it would be a highly desirable thing to do. Ensuring that there's the right powers, the right reporting, the right transparency, so that I know that somewhere in this afternoon's proceedings, one or two of the witnesses have talked about it can't all be secret, So I think ensuring that the Commission has the ability to and has the right person, the right team to ensure that as much as possible the work they do into the future is a transparent record of progress about the way in which the many Royal Commission recommendations are implemented, and otherwise is tracking the evidence and the progress of change over time. It's not going to take 5 minutes, but there's an awful lot to it. But that's what is motivating me and my colleagues. Okay.
Well, can I say thank you very much? Thank you to you and to your team with you there in the room, and also those that aren't in the room. We're doing very important work that will no doubt look at this new body going forward. So can I just say on behalf of the committee, thank you, and We look forward to the work over many, many years to come. Now, if you were asked any questions and responses need to be provided, they do need to be provided by 9 a.m. on Wednesday this week, the 20th of August. And the Secretary will no doubt be in contact with you if there were any questions taken on notice. On that note, thank you very much. We'll just now very briefly suspend and get ready for our last witness, being the Department of Veterans Affairs. Welcome back, everyone. I'd now like to welcome representatives from the Department of Veterans Affairs. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Now, for the Hansard record, could I ask that the two of you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? Start with you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Senator. Luke Brown, First Assistant Secretary, Policy and Research Division in the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. White.
Good afternoon, Chair. Frank White, Acting General Counsel, Legal Advice and Legislation Branch at the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Did you provide any opening statements, or you have an opening statement that you haven't provided to date?
No, thank you, Chair. Neither of us have an opening statement. Happy to go to questions.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm going to hand the call over to Senator Lambie.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Mr. White, I'm just wondering, the veterans would like to know, why doesn't the legislation provide for appeal rights against decisions made by the Commissioner? And how will the veterans be able to redress if they disagree with a decision? Is there any pathways?
Can I jump in first, Senator Lambie? I know you directed that to my colleague. The provisions of Schedule 9 are based or modelled heavily on the previous National Commissioner for Defence and Veteran Suicide Prevention Bill of 2020. The government expedited consideration of the schedule in government amendments to the Vets Act in February of this year. I know that you're acutely aware of this, Senator Lambie. In doing so, did that in the full knowledge that the provisions needed further consideration. The agreement to this Senate committee process is part of that further consideration, and of course the review process enshrined in Section 110 ZLE is another commitment to that review process. The government's been very open to its request to Mr Manthorpe when he was appointed in January to provide it with advice about the legislative framework underpinning the Defence and Veteran Services Commission, and refocused him in February when Schedule 9 passed through the Parliament on providing advice on those provisions. The short answer to your question after that very long answer, Senator, is those provisions are not in here because they were not part of the bill which was the basis for the drafting, which is that earlier 2020 bill. That is the short answer to your question. Do you have anything to add to that, Mr White?
No, thank you, Mr Brown.
But I would say, Senator Lambie, I'm sure the government's very keen to get at, having agreed to this Senate committee process, to hear the views of this Senate committee on that point that you're raising on behalf of the veteran community.
Oh, that's okay. I'm stacking up the amendments, as you can imagine, Mr Brown. So my other issue is I'm just trying to get my head around it as former policing myself, but it won't. What your DVO submission says, the Commission won't investigate individual cases, but will focus on systemic reform. Well, how are you going to get the reform if you don't get the individual cases to build your cases in the first place? I'm a little bit You know, I would think if it hasn't seen the systemic problems through God knows how much Royal Commission over 3 years and it ain't ready to get on its GG and ride, then we're not getting the job done.
So the functions of the Commission, the one exception to the statement I just made, Senator, around the legislation being modelled on the previous National Commissioner Bill from 2020, is an update to the functions contained within, I think, 110 ZJD. Those functions have pretty much been lifted from Chapter 30 of the Royal Commission's final report, which was the chapter that contained the discussion and recommendation for the establishment of the new entity. Those systemic level considerations are what the Royal Commission recommended. My understanding is the Royal Commission recognised the role of the IGADF and other coroners at the state and territory levels in terms of their responsibilities for inquiring into individual deaths by suicide. So the functions as set out in Schedule 9 mirror those that were recommended by the Royal Commission in Chapter 30 of its final report.
Yeah, what bothers me is the failure of the IGADF and consequences because of that. That is one of the reasons we're here today. That is my problem. So, do you know whether measures have been put in place yet to prevent the Commissioner? What measures are being put into place, or if there's any, to prevent the Commissioner from exercising unchecked powers, and how will the government ensure that the Commissioner is accountable for their decisions and actions? I ask you that because I'm a bit concerned about this. Hello, we're going to report. We're not doing annual reporting. I would have thought that annual reporting, you know, for a trust mechanism would be very handy. I mean, they should have nothing to hide, the Commissioner. So I don't understand why they're not giving an annual report.
So the Commission is expressly set up as a new entity under the PGPA Act within Section 110 ZKA of the schedule. My understanding, it's not my field, Senator, but my understanding is that Section 46 of the PGPA Act requires all entities to provide an annual report to Parliament. It may not, that particular provision might not specify the contents of that annual report that you're looking for, and that would be something obviously this committee can have a think about. But my understanding is that the new entity will be required to submit annual reports. Again, the provisions have been modelled very closely on that earlier National Commissioner Bill. I've listened with great interest to the views put forward by senators about that particular topic previously. I very much enjoyed Senator Shoebridge's Dr. Zeus reference, but the current provisions don't contain the provisions that have been the subject of those previous discussions today.
Okay, thank you. And I have I don't know, I think we've had this problem for a while since I got started, but this Family Commission advocate, I don't know whether DVA is just not getting it right. I'm not getting the best. People don't feel like they're getting the service that they should be getting out of it. It's more like a talk fest, and it's been going on for too long. What does that Family Commissioner do with all the information that she hears from those people? Especially anything that should be reported to this new Veterans Commissioner. What's the connect here? How reasonable are they going to be to go, well, you know what, the new Veterans Commissioner, he needs to hear, or he or she needs to hear about this. So I just seem to have lost the Family Commissioner over here somewhere. I'm just not sure exactly what that person's been achieving, to be brutally honest with you, and I think a lot of other people would like to know as well, and what part they are going to play, the new one, into the future. How close are they going to work with the Commission? Because obviously it's going to be stacked up with a lot of stuff, Mr. Brown, and I would just think you're wasting a good resource over here. Why don't you shove them over here and let them do their job? They've already started. It's just something maybe take back to DVA and have a good think about. and maybe aligning that into there. That's all, just so it is completely independent, the family one as well.
Thank you, Senator. Happy to take that back. Yeah, thank you.
I have no further questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks a lot, Senator Lambie. Now, Senator McLaughlin, are you there?
I'm just coming online now. Can you?
Fantastic. Good to see you.
Thank you for your evidence. I'm interested now that the interim head has made some recommendations which you could consider time pressing to implement. What's the process from here? Is DVA waiting for the outcome of this Senate inquiry, or is there a process where the interim head's views are being processed and potentially actioned?
Senator, I mean, really that's a matter for government. DVA is ready to assist the government in whatever way it chooses to proceed with the recommendations that Mr Manthorpe makes directly to it, or the way that this Senate, the recommendations that are formed out of this Senate inquiry process. DVA's involvement in this to date has been necessitated by the fact that the Vets Act was passing through Parliament in February as the Vets Bill. That offered a vehicle for the government to respond to the urgency expressed around Recommendation 122 and the establishment of the new commission, because the Vets Bill at the time was a DVA, was a piece of legislation sitting within DVA's area of responsibility. We assisted the government in progressing the amendments to establish the legislative framework for the Defence and Veteran Services Commission. There's been discussion today. I think just about every witness, and obviously Mr Manthorpe has recommended it in his submission to this Senate inquiry process, that the legislative framework should potentially shift to a standalone piece of legislation. The way that that's progressed by government may mean that DVA is completely hands-off in that process. If that is progressed, if the government chooses to progress those recommendations, and the best avenue at the time is to do that through further amendments to the Vets Act, then DVA may need to be involved. So we really stand ready to assist the government depending on how it chooses to act on, as I say, recommendations from Mr Manthorpe separate to this process, or other recommendations that might emerge from this process.
If I understand your response to a previous question, this bill and schedule that we're examining at the moment is modelled off the National Commissioner Bill of 2020, but you have added the Royal Commission's findings for the objectives of this commission. Is that right?
That's a fair summary. Yes, thanks, Senator.
For the next couple of questions. So correct me if I'm wrong on any assertion I put. So why wasn't it who made the decision, and I'm assuming government here, or the Minister of the day, a review of the actual National Commissioner Bill model itself? Because you can see it from my perspective, we now have another inquiry under a committee in relation to a legislative structure that even the interim head has concerns with. So I'm just interested where that was a policy decision from government, or was it from a more bureaucratic perspective to get the legislation through quickly, or drafted quickly?
I am sorry, Senator. You did break up a little bit.
Oh, sorry. I'm interested in where the decision was made to adopt the National Commissioner Bill model. because we're currently inquiring whether that's adequate. You know, the independence of the Commissioner and other aspects. Was that? I'm expecting your answer to be that's government policy and the decision of the Minister. Because we have from my perspective, we have a bill. We're now reviewing the bill after we put the bill through Parliament, and I have even the interim head suggesting some significant amendments to the model itself, the structure of the model itself. So was that a government policy decision at the time?
That was a government
or a drafting necessity.
It's really a bit of both, Senator. So the Royal Commission final report was delivered in September of last year. The government immediately, I think less than 2 weeks after the delivery of that final report, came out with a strong statement that it was intending to accept recommendation 122 ahead of its final formal government response in December. We had anticipated that the VETS bill would be considered in the Senate in November. That didn't occur, and it was later considered in February of this year. That, as I said, did allow the government an opportunity to respond positively to the urgency that was being expressed by the veteran community in relation to the implementation of Recommendation 122. The basis for the earlier National Commissioner Bill to be the model for the legislation allowed us to progress legislative amendments that had been through a certain amount of scrutiny in previous processes. That was a very mature bill that had previously been considered by a Senate committee, had been considered by the Scrutiny of Bills Standing Committee, had been subject to much consultation with the veteran community. So it had that benefit and it had the benefit of forming the basis for drafting. But at the end of the day, the decision was one for government to use that as the basis for Schedule 9.
Thank you for that answer. So there are two specific matters that interest me. One is in that context of your answer. One is the 2020 bill set outside the defence portfolio, and then it was sort of moved back into the portfolio, as I understand it. And then there was also a requirement to report to Parliament. Now, I appreciate your previous answer that there may be other conditions, but you take it they are two sort of significant decisions, and I'm interested whether that was again drafting necessity because of the importance of the bill, or that was a government decision.
Just so I'm sure I understand the question, Senator, is that the decision to make the amendments to the Defence Act?
Yes, the original National Commissioner's Bill, as I understand, set outside the defence portfolio, and it seems to have been moved back in. And I can correct me on that if I'm wrong, but and there was a reporting requirement, as I understand it, under the original bill to Parliament. Now, those two decisions, I'm interested in where they were made. Was it made at ministerial government level, or was it because of drafting necessity and practicalities of a bill that needed to be moved quickly into Parliament and implemented quickly because of the imperative of the importance of the issue? I'm looking at the level of where the decision was made. Present that to Parliament for its consideration.
I think it's fair to say, Senator, that and the government has expressed this in the wording, and the Parliament has expressed this in the wording of the final version of Schedule 9 that passed through the Parliament in Section 110 ZLE, which is the 36-month review period. That part of the consideration, the considerations forming that review would be looking at the appropriateness of a standalone piece of legislation for the framework for the Commission. And I'm reasonably confident in saying that the Minister has been very explicit in setting out that he is carefully considering the benefits of setting out the framework in a standalone piece of legislation. That couldn't be done through the VETS bill, or the VETS bill as it was at the time, the VETS Act as it is now. The VETS bill is an amending piece of legislation. It couldn't establish that standalone piece of legislation. So the circumstances were such where that standalone legislative framework wasn't an option in what we were progressing with the VETS bill at the time. So I think it's circumstances that dictated that the schedule be amendments to another piece of legislation.
No, thanks for that. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator McLaughlin. Now, I just want to ask you around the consultation process that the department probably undertook with the Act. What was just to get this on the record, but what consultation was conducted to inform this piece of legislation, particularly around the Schedule 9? And were either Minister for Veterans Affairs or Minister for Defence personnel involved in those consultations?
Certainly, Senator. The VETS bill, and again now the VETS Act, more generally was the focus of intense periods of consultation starting back towards the end of 2022, and then with the announcement of a pathway in early 2023, and a consultation period that lasted from February to May of that year, and an exposure draft in 2024, which was the subject of yet another period of consultation from February to April. And we received 500 submissions, had over 40 nationwide consultations, face-to-face consultations. The Minister led many of those. In every state, he held roundtables. We had over 500 people in total attending those consultations. We ran webinars, again, with 500 logins. The Minister, from memory, led 2 of those webinars. This has led actually to the Royal Commission in its final report in Chapter 25 as commenting that the Department's consultation on the VETS Act was exemplary, and congratulating the Department on that. Having said that, Schedule 9 was not the subject of a similar degree of consultation, and previous witnesses have noted that. I think in that context, it's important to note that the government has agreed to prescribe in legislation this Senate committee process, which will obviously inform its further consideration of the legislative framework. It did enshrine the further review process at the 36-month mark within the legislation, and it's been very clear that it anticipates advice from Mr Manthorpe on ways to improve the legislative framework in the future as well. So I think that is recognition from the government that while there was extensive, as I say, exemplary consultation on the broader provisions of the VETS Act, there is recognition that there was not the same degree or time for consultation on Schedule 9, and those processes have been put in place in recognition of that fact.
Yeah, well, certainly my time in the Senate, I can assure you it's quite highly unusual to be able to have a legislated inquiry or timeframe set for an inquiry like this, which just demonstrates, I think, that the government's priorities and commitment to making sure that we get this legislation right and look after veterans and their families. So, but thank you for that. Was there? I suspect you would have been listening to most of this afternoon's hearing, but was there anything from your end that you needed to provide the committee with evidence or to clarify anything from your end?
I think I did want to clarify that the Commission in the current schedule is listed as a new entity for the PGPA Act. My understanding is it will come with its own line of funding from government. I was listening to earlier witnesses in the day that were concerned that funding would come from the Department of Defence. My understanding is that's not the case. And that as a new entity under the terms of the PGPA Act, it will be funded separately. And as Mr. Manthorpe indicated in his testimony, that's currently being considered by government.
Okay. All right. Can I just say thank you very much for your evidence before the committee today. If there were any questions on notice, appreciate any responses by 9 a.m. this Wednesday. Now that concludes today's hearing. Again, I just wanted to say we remember the bravery and sacrifice of Australia's Vietnam veterans, being Vietnam Veterans Day today, and we honour those 60,000 Australians who served our nation with distinction in the Vietnam War, and we recognise their commitment, service and sacrifice. Thank you to all the witnesses who appeared today, and thanks to Hansard Broadcasting and the Secretariat for their assistance. The committee now stands adjourned. Thank you, everyone.